DAB digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Just by way of a change, mashing it up in a rubber-dub style. Hello, good morning and welcome. It's Martin Kelner here talking to the nation, or at least that bit of it that's having difficulty sleeping, or has got up to go to the toilet, or is out on the road at the wheel of a big rig. It's a delight to be with you. Now, on the election, as I was saying to Mike there, do you take any notice of which party your newspaper supports? The Guardian has come out for the Lib Dems this morning. And I remember the Guardian years ago used to be the old Liberal Party. They used to support the Libs many years ago, and we all remember the Sun. It was the Sun what won it, and their spoofing of Neil Kinnock. Do you remember they put his head in a light bulb? Will the last person in Britain turn out the lights and all that? So are you more likely to vote Lib Dem because the Guardian is supporting them, or maybe you were going to vote Lib Dem and now you see the Guardian has come out in support of them? You're not going to? Well, give us a call. 08717 223344. 08717 223344. Also on the election, we're talking to a body language expert about what the leader's body language the other night in the debate, and also, of course, in campaigning today. What does that tell us? What does that tell us? A lot of the nation still has to make up its mind who to vote for, or indeed whether to vote at all. So, did the debate the other night make you change your mind in any way? Has any debate? Are you still waiting? Let us know. 08717 223344. You can text us 81089. Also, we talk about schools. What's going on in our schools? We've all seen the case of Peter Harvey this week. Kids goading him so they could film him on their mobile phones. The NASUWT say mobile phones and cameras should be banned in the classroom. But why? Why are kids needing mobile phones and cameras in the classroom anyway? I thought it was sort of stuff that would be taken away from you. Are you a teacher? Do you know any teachers? If you know any teachers, have you met a more depressed section of society? Could morale among teachers get any lower, especially in inner city high schools? Well, give us a call, 08717 223344. We're also talking about the value of good neighbours. Apparently, according to a survey, people are prepared to pay an extra £3,100 a year for a home with good neighbours. They've always done a survey, haven't they? There's another one. Bradford is apparently the most neighbourly place in Britain in terms of consideration, tolerance, friendliness, tidiness and vigilance, which shocked me, having been to Bradford, which I always thought not so much a city, more a sort of museum of concrete. But apparently it's one of the friendliest, most neighbourly cities in Britain. Glasgow, Swansea, Bristol, Manchester and Sheffield next in the list of neighbourliness in this survey. Apparently the least desirable place in Britain is Stockport in Greater Manchester. So there you are, you see. If you're in Manchester, friendly, just down the A6 a bit in Stockport, least desirable. We're also talking about sex across the age divide, particularly the new phenomenon of the cougar, which we're hearing a lot about. There's a programme on Sky at the moment called Cougar Town. Well, I'd like to hear from you if you're a younger man who prefers older women. We're going to talk to somebody from a website called gocougar.com. So do relationships work if there's a big age difference? Let's hear from you, especially if you're involved in an intergenerational relationship yourself. 08717 223344. This week also we said farewell to
Liverpool FC.
The floppy disk. They're stopping producing them. I've got the cuttings somewhere. Will you miss them? And talking of obsolete technology, tell us what obsolete gadgets you've got, maybe even ones you still use. The Breville sandwich maker, where it heats the middle of the sandwich to something slightly hotter than the centre of the earth. The Polaroid camera, the Bull Worker, you may have one of those under your sink. And I'm joined with top quality sidekickery tonight on the show. He's flown in all the way from Mansfield, and it's a warm welcome to Ian Watko Watkins. Watko, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, you were telling me about Polaroid cameras because they're apparently, I mean, the floppy disk has gone out of existence now. Sony were the last producers of it and they've stopped producing them. But according to you, the Polaroid camera is back in vogue.
Yes, this week one of the papers was reporting that they're bringing back the Polaroid camera that was was axed in the UK a number of years back, but apparently a new model's now on sale, around £80. If you want to find that, I'm not sure where you can buy it from. Films cost a whopping £13, though.
So you pay 13 quid for the film. Who wants a Polaroid camera in this day and age?
Well, apparently they do, because people actually like having something real to hold in their hands. You see, because it's all gone digital, and people now have it all on the, on the computer screen.
Yeah.
But, there's nothing wrong with a good old Polaroid. To me, though, there's a bit of a seedy side to Polaroids, isn't there? Because, do you want to have a look at these snaps that I've got here underneath my jacket
Very nice
in the pub?
Watko too.
So, I quite like the idea of getting a Polaroid camera again. Not for those purposes, though, Martin.
No.
No.
Well, there you go. Polaroid camera's back in fashion. Let's hear about your obsolete gadgets, things that would you get a Polaroid, for instance? 08717 223344. You can text us 81089. Or you can email us via the website talksport.net. We'll be thrilled to hear from you. Also noticed this week you've flown in from Mansfield, which of course is is where the story I was talking about, the Peter Harvey story, comes from. I know on your radio station you've had loads of texts and things from the other side of the story, because he's become quite a bit of a sort of cause célèbre as far as the press is concerned. They've been all rallying behind him. So presumably Mansfield is sort of a bit of a split town.
Well, I think so. I think there's obviously it rocked the community when it happened last July, and I know a lot of people that actually taught by Peter Harvey who said that he was a fantastic teacher, extremely well liked, which obviously came out in the court case. Very shocked when the news happened, obviously, and I suppose we've got to remember that there are various different parties here. There's obviously the side of the 14-year-old, the side of the teacher, and obviously then the bigger questions come forward, things that you just talked about earlier on about discipline in schools, and I think the big word is respect. And where that respect comes from, is it the teachers that should be bringing that respect, or is it obviously the families of these kids?
Well, sometimes, as far as the kids go, obviously their behaviour leading up to the incident was absolutely reprehensible, but I'm just thinking about the leadership in terms of the head teacher here, and head teachers generally. Head teachers are quite well paid and they're quite high-powered these days, and I just think he clearly had mental health problems, which obviously he talked about in court, and that was one of the reasons that the intent charge, he wasn't found guilty on that particular charge, because he'd had mental health problems. And I'm just wondering about a head teacher that gets a teacher who's clearly, a fragile mental health, and puts them in that sort of a classroom atmosphere with kids who seem to be unruly at best. I don't know what the school's like, but it's a Catholic school, isn't it? A Catholic school?
All Saints Roman Catholic School in Mansfield. As a very good school.
Yeah.
The guy, obviously, he was, as far as I'm concerned, seen as fit to continue to teach.
Yeah.
He'd only been back at work for a few weeks, and he was seen as fit, and therefore, why not go with him?
Well, it makes you wonder, what the thinking was behind all that. Right, we'll talk to Andy in Dumbarton. Hang on the line, Andy. We'll talk to you in just a sec. Keep those calls coming. 08717 223344. First of all, let's get an update on the 2020 cricket. It's the World 2020 in the West Indies. West Indies playing Ireland. Watching for Talksport is Jack Bannister.
First day of the tournament, second game of the day. The same ground, Provident Ground in Guyana. This a very one-sided game. The other one was a pretty good one, with New Zealand getting home by just 2 wickets with 1 ball to spare. But 138 was the score, 138 for 9 the West Indies. They didn't bat very well. Some of their very good test players gave their wickets away, but it's very difficult batting conditions, and Ireland have subsided. They've sunk without trace, really. They're 64 for 8 in the 15th over. I've said before, nothing's impossible in this world, but this is bordering onto it, and there's the 9th wicket, and that's 64 for 9. The game will be over very, very shortly, and Darren Sammy, who hit 23 off only 10 balls to get that score up to 138 for 9, he's taken 4 catches and 2 wickets, and he's just taken the 9th wicket. So Ireland sinking without trace. England play West Indies and Ireland on the same ground on Monday and Tuesday, and it looks as though Ireland will be going out of the competition. But Boyd Rankin, the last man out, 64 for 9 at the end of the 15th over.
Talksport 2020 International Update with Marston Smooth. Not your usual.
on DAB digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
It's a wonderful night, gotta take it from me. It's a wonderful night, come on and break it on down. It's a wonderful night.
Marvellous. Now, we'll keep you in touch with the cricket. It'll be over fairly shortly, and we'll go to Jack Bannister and get a final update on that. Meanwhile, your calls keep them coming at 08717 223344. Andy is in Dumbarton. Andy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Martin. Your topic this evening is gadgets that are no longer used, is that it?
Yeah, well, that's one of them. We got loads of topics, but yeah, sure, gadgets.
Yeah. Well, how about this one? Do you know I was one of the very first adopters of the mini disc? Do you remember that?
Do I remember it? I've got one at home. I still use it. Well, I don't use it so much now because I've got one that records MP3 files, but I do occasionally use the mini disc.
Yeah. Well, I was actually an early adopter of the mini disc, man. And to be honest, do you know what I paid for the first one? Can you believe this?
Oh, 400 or 500 quid?
That's right.
Yeah.
It was right about maybe 1992 or something, 93 maybe, when they come out.
They would be about then, but I still sometimes use... I do a podcast, and we actually record the podcast on a mini disc.
You see, this is the thing, Mark. Mini discs were brilliant.
They were.
And they really were, and they never failed. I mean, I had about 100 eventually, and I painstakingly spent hours recording all my vinyl tracks onto them. Because if you made a mistake, you could delete it and start again, right? Which you couldn't do with recordable CDs.
No, I think you're right. I much prefer mini discs to recordable CDs.
Yeah, of course. And the sound quality, they used a different compression rhythm, algorithm, but not to worry. But they were very good. And then what happened was the long-playing ones came out, machines, and I had to get a long-playing machine, right? Yeah. Which meant I had to re-record a lot of the material again. So I was running around in circles. And then I thought to myself, well, should I buy this on CD or vinyl and record it to mini disc? Then I ended up with about 4 formats, and it was driving me crazy. So I thought, I'm going to have to settle down here on something. And one day, and then MP3 players come out, and I thought, good Lord, I've got so many formats, I don't know where to start. Yeah. Well, and I ended up, believe it or not, selling the whole lot. And I think all the years I spent, the months I spent collecting them and filling them up.
That is the trouble with technology. They always come out with something better. You get a razor that's good. You think, blimey, 2 blades, brilliant. And then the 3 blades come out, then 4 blades, and and all they're trying to do is get you to throw away the perfectly decent stuff. To be honest.
And you know the irony here is, Martin. Do you know what I still prefer? Old-fashioned LPs, old-fashioned vinyl. And I sold my turntable. I had an Ariston turntable. I don't know if you remember that. It was very big in the 80s. Do you remember it?
Yeah, I do remember the Ariston turntable.
Yeah, well, I had a top-of-the-range one. It cost me also about 500 quid, and that was around about 1985, I know. And
you should learn your lesson. Don't be an early adopter. Do not be an early adopter.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't help it, Martin, And what happened was I ended up about maybe 6 years ago, I sold the Ariston, right? And I regretted it deeply. And I couldn't part with the records, because each LP had a certain story when I bought it, and I just couldn't part with so much of the precious ones. And I ended up buying a turntable again, a sort of budgety one. But I just went full circle, I'm back to vinyl again.
Well, I've got a turntable now, which I dub them off onto into MP3s. I just put the USB thing in the back of the computer.
That's what I do.
Vinyl's back, really.
That's what I do as well now, for convenience. But I still can't be without a record player. Isn't that silly? I went way back full circle again, and I just can't not have a record player in the house. I actually think it's therapeutic watching it spin. How sad am I, really?
No, I think it is. I'll tell you what, my daughter, who's 9 years old, she's, because I've got records all over the place, she can tell her friends at school that she's into actual records, and her friends at school don't even know what a record is. And she actually, in a show and tell, she took a vinyl single of mine into school to explain to kids that these go round with a needle on and everything, and it was quite interesting.
Yeah. Do you know what? I had a friend once. He was a friend I've known all my life, and he was here one day about maybe a couple of months ago, and he has had a computer, and all his music's on computer, and he's been all digital for about 20 odd years, right? And I had the turntable set up beside my computer. I was doing just what you said there, copying onto MP3. And I put on a well-recorded album on this sort of newer, budgety, sort of reasonable quality turntable, and he was blown away, and he couldn't believe how warm and sweet to the ears the analogue sound was, because he's been so desensitized to it by years of listening to computer music, and he couldn't believe it, and I thought, it's it really is the best.
No, you're absolutely right.
Go back to it.
I agree with you. Andy, thanks for your call.
No problem.
08717 223344. Let's talk to Adrian, who's a Manchester City fan, about gadgets. Adrian, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for speaking to me.
No problem. You're going to get fourth place, do you think?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I think you'll just do it.
Yeah, I think we'll just pip it.
Good. Well, best of luck to you.
But anyway, talk about old gadgets.
Yeah.
I've got a Betamax video recorder.
You're the one. You've still got a Betamax.
Yeah, well, what I've done when I went to university, right, this was like, 1999.
Yeah.
Between 95 and 99, should I say. And I had a computer and I didn't have enough storage space on it for all of my essays and things like that.
Yeah.
So I modified it so that I could actually download all of my stuff onto the tapes and record all of my essays and things onto the tapes.
Blimey. So, what can you watch tapes on this Betamax? Have you got any tapes?
Well, yeah, I've got loads of tapes. I mean, the academic tapes, yeah, I can put them back onto the computer and print them off. And I've got a couple of films as well. Like, I've got Silent Running with Bruce Dern on from 1970-something.
That's a movie.
I've got the original Planet of the Apes and things like that.
Well, I know when VHS and Betamax were in hot competition, and we'd be talking about 1981 now, about 81, 82.
Yeah.
And I went out to get my first ever video recorder. And I remember going out with the girl that I was going out with at the time, and we went to this place, this technology shop, and I said I want to get Betamax because I want to tape films off the telly. And if you remember, they always said that Sony Betamax you get much better quality for taping things off the telly, but VHS was better because you could actually rent films for VHS recorders. And she persuaded me to get a VHS, and I was so glad I did, because Betamax became obsolete like a year later, 2 years later.
Yeah, but it became obsolete because what happened was Sony bought the back catalogue of loads of film companies, so there was no films available to put on Betamax.
That's right,
so
they blew them out of the water, didn't they?
Yeah, so you go to your video shop and there'd be like 4 Betamax films there, but because the quality was far superior, it made it far better for me to do what I needed to do when I was at university, you see.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, Adrian, thanks for your call. All the best to you and to the Blues. We'll play a bit of Blue Moon later on. But thanks for your call, Adrian. We have to end it there because Maureen's standing by. We'll talk to Maureen in a moment. She's in Harrow. First of all, though, let's get an update on the cricket, the World 2020 in the West Indies. I think it's a final update, actually, from Jack Bannister.
Well, it is, and it was a real walloping because Ireland all out for 68. Top scorer was extras with 19, and there was only one other score into double figures. It was Darren Sammy's match because just when they batted, West Indies was struggling. It didn't look as though they'd get to 120, and he came in at number 8 and he smacked 30 off 17 balls. Then he's picked up 3 wickets and he's taken 4 catches, so looks a real candidate for man of the match. So they've won by 70 runs, and they'll play England on the same ground in Guyana on Monday, and then England also play Ireland on Tuesday for the 3rd of their group matches. So it does look as though Ireland will be out the competition. They're not yet, and West Indies and England will go through to the next stage. So 138 for 9 West Indies scored, and Ireland just collapsed. They went from bad to worse, all out 68.
Talksport 2020 International Update with Marston Smooth. Not your usual.
And a very good morning to you. 24 minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning. You're tuned to Talksport. It's Martin Kelner here with Watko, and we'll hear more from him in a moment. We've got Maureen, who's on the line from Harrow. Maureen, good morning to you.
Oh, good morning.
Now, you wanted to talk about this, the teacher in Mansfield.
Yes, I did indeed, yes. And I have to say that I read with great delight today and listened on the news that Peter Harvey has been cleared of GBH and attempted murder. Yeah. I am a teacher.
Yeah.
And I live in Ireland. I'm here for the weekend, and I followed his story with great regard over the last year, and I think it's a great tribute to the judicial system in England that they have reasoned this case properly and, come out with a good result. And
well, I would agree with you there. I think that's absolutely right. But as a teacher, were you not horrified when you heard what was going on? I mean, a certain amount of teacher baiting has gone on over the years. We did it at school when I was at school. But when you look at the extent of things that were going on in that classroom, does it not horrify you?
Clearly, for me, it does not, because I lived in London for 14 years. I worked in a private school. I was witness to having wonderful students who wanted to work and learn, and I felt privileged to be in such a situation. And I decided to go back home and live in Ireland, and then having to work in the state system again, working in a comprehensive school. I found it very, very difficult to deal with challenging students. Fortunately, I have good classes as well as, more disruptive pupils. And the disruptive pupils are the ones that are causing all the problems and pushing teachers to the edge.
What do you think should be done? Because, I've spoken to my kids who've gone through the school system and through to university and that now, and they often said that, you say, how are you going to school? Oh, yeah, school was fine, except there's a load of idiots who and a lot of kids want to learn, and there's like 3 or 4 disruptive pupils that actually, it's the kids who dislike the disruptive pupils as much as the teachers.
Well, this is what we need. We need parents to take the schools and Board of Governors or the education system, whatever, to court and say, you're wasting our kids' time. And myself, as a teacher, would love to see that. I would love to see that. My union would love to see that. This is what needs to happen, is that 90% of our day is wasted on disruptive pupils.
Yeah. Maureen, thanks for your call. It's not surprising morale is often quite low amongst teachers. 08717 223344. On the same subject, Simon sends us an email. He says, I can't condone the teacher hitting the boy with a 3-kilogram dumbbell, but let's put this incident into perspective. Peter Harvey had apparently suffered 3 years of abuse from pupils at the school. He'd been assaulted in a corridor, pushed into a bush, and one pupil even knocked on his door at his home at night before running off. As if all that wasn't bad enough, the kids were notorious for baiting teachers into getting angry so they could film it on the mobiles, which obviously we've seen all that in the papers. A clear case of provocation, writes Simon, and I'm glad the jury understood that and acquitted him. I think they acquitted him. I think one of the major factors in acquitting the teacher was the fact that he had mental health problems, and the charge was GBH with intent. He did admit to GBH. What he didn't admit to was the intent, and clearly his mental state meant that it would have been unsafe to convict him on intent, I think was the thing. But clearly what was going on there was shocking. And you've got, this is, as you were saying, Watko, it's Ian Watkins with me in the studio he's got his own little radio station in Mansfield, bless him. And on your little radio station you're getting texts from the other side of the story, but...
I'd say the overwhelming sort of support was for Peter Harvey, but there was obviously the other side, and we have to remember that, unfortunately the 14-year-old was badly injured. I think he's all better now, he's recovered.
I think he's got a bit of difficulty with some of his hearing, I think, but apart from that...
I think the thing that, for me, that was quite shocking, and was concerning this technology in the classroom. And I heard you talking with Mike before you came on to do the show about that, and about why should kids have phones, this kind of technology, iPhones in the classroom. I know for a fact my niece, she's 8, she's got a phone, she takes it to school with her. It's kind of a status symbol.
A phone at 8?
Yeah.
Well,
I think there's probably younger people with phones.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but I don't see why they need it. My 9-year-old says that some of her mates at school have got phones, and I've told her she can't have a phone because I can't see... They're the only time...
Well, you're obviously an evil dad, aren't you?
Obviously. But the only time kids need phones is when they're going to be out on their own, and they need to let when they're about 14 or 15 and they're going to... discos or whatever they go to, school events, when you're not picking them up and taking them there. If my 9-year-old wants to go anywhere, I take her there and bring her back when she's going home. So what does she need a phone for?
Well,
don't you take her side. What does she need a phone for?
Hopefully she's not listening now, so she won't hear me defending her, saying, yes, get a phone. But what I'm saying is that this technology's been around for a while now, and we've seen it on places like YouTube and things like that, happy slapping, and it was only a matter of time before this ended up in the classroom, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, probably. Hopefully, says Simon, the magnitude of the incident will have sent shockwaves through the school and act as a deterrent to other pupils' misbehaviour. Well, it certainly will in that particular school. But I would be interested to know what you feel ought to be done. I mean, the Tories are coming out in this election campaign, because we're talking about the election campaign as well, and they're saying that we're going to instil discipline in schools. How are they going to do it? I mean, if you're a teacher, how is some outside governmental authority going, without bringing back corporal punishment, which clearly would contravene all sorts of European regulations and whatever, how are they going to bring back discipline in schools? I'd love to know. We were also asking, are you at all influenced by what party your newspaper supports in an election? The Guardian comes out this morning supporting the Liberal Democrats. The Guardian enthusiastically endorses them. I'll try and find the exact quote because I've got the morning papers here. The Guardian says, if the Guardian had a vote, it would be cast enthusiastically for the Liberal Democrats. We accept that under our discredited electoral system, some people may, hopefully for the last time, be forced to vote tactically to ensure a progressive government and constitutional reform. So they say they're voting enthusiastically for the Liberal Democrats, which would be interesting for the Times, because the Times says, Blair says a vote cast for Clegg is not serious. That's what they've led with this morning. So, and the Times have come out in favour of the Conservatives. We choose renewal, is what they say. Now, obviously, journalists like to think they're important, but how important are they? Robert writes to me, and he says, this is an email we got here, Martin, I don't care who the Guardian backs at the election. Whilst I've always liked the Guardian to an extent, they've occasionally done things which reinforce their image as a far-left, politically correct rag. It's been a long time since the Guardian was on the far left, but anyway, he says, I went off it when they published an obituary for serial killer Myra Hindley, which I thought was inappropriate and offensive. They can still be stupid every now and then with their lefty bias over the news, but to their credit, their arts coverage is probably second to none. And the Screen Break column on a Monday, actually I'm just adding that myself, but he says the arts coverage is second to none. 08717 223344. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about obsolete technology, given that this week we said goodbye once and for all to the floppy disk. So, farewell then, floppy disk. Do you remember pushing those in the front of your computer? Well, it's gone now. Tell us about your obsolete gadgets, whether it's vinyl record players, the Breville sandwich maker, Polaroid cameras, the Bull worker, what you got, especially what you got that you still use. We're also talking about schools, what's to be done, how do you instill discipline in the schools, in the light of that Peter Harvey case from Mansfield, and are you at all influenced by who a newspaper supports in the election? 08717 223344 is the number if you want to give us a call. 08717 223344. We'll do more of your texts soon in a moment as well. 81089 to text us.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
Yeah, good morning to you. It's 1:36, 24 minutes to 2 o'clock. Martin Kelner here on Talksport. It's about the most bizarre text I've ever had here. It says, for what it's worth, mental health problems do not exist. Good, so that's all right then. This one says, why do women, especially in the media, so disapprove of older men with younger women, but push this cougar crap? Hypocrites or what, says Ike. Well, we're going to be talking cougars a little bit later on with a woman who runs a website called gocougar.com. We're also talking technology. Let's talk to Andrew, who's in Smethwick. Andrew, good morning to you.
Hello there, good morning.
What would you like to say?
Hi there. I've got a piece of old technology that belongs to my late father from the 1960s. It's a reel-to-reel tape recorder.
Oh, they were great.
It's still working.
Yeah.
and I've got about 20 tapes, all full of all sorts of music, dating from the 50s and 60s.
I'll tell you what, they were rotten to edit on, though, because when I first started in radio, we had reel-to-reel, and you had to cut it with a razor blade, and then use a chinograph pencil to mark the tape, and then you had to stick a little bit of splicing tape on it, and you had a little block, and if you wanted to put lots of different bits in different, you used to stick them to the side of the machine with splicing tape. It was an absolute nightmare, Andrew, and half the time you'd stick them back in, back to front. It was just shocking, to be honest.
You're absolutely right. Some of the tapes I've got here are spliced, and I've actually still got the splicing kit. And yes, it is a long, laborious and fiddly task.
It is. Andrew, thank you for your call. Have you got any other old technology? A nice one here from Big Dave. He says, obsolete items. I still have a soda stream. I know, they used to advertise that on the telly. Oh, yeah, make your own lemonade. The kids will love it. Well, they hell love it.
What about things that are going to become useless technology?
Yeah.
You know, things that you've got already that in maybe a couple of months or a couple of years' time we're not going to use anymore.
Like?
3D television.
3D television? No, I think that's going to take off. I really do think 3D TV is going to take off. At the moment, obviously, it's only in pubs, and they show. I mean, there are some people have got 3D TVs at home, haven't they? They cost a few £1,000, I think.
I think you can get them now. Yes.
Yeah, I think you can. But they've got them in pubs. And I've seen. I went to see Arsenal Man U in a pub in 3D, and wasn't impressed. That was the first match I saw, but. The second match I saw, which was Spurs v somebody, I can't remember who it was, Spurs v Arsenal, the second match, that was, I thought that was quite good. And I began to enjoy it. I think they're getting the hang of it.
Do they really come out of the screen at you? If they kick the ball in your direction, do you feel as if you're going to catch it?
It doesn't really happen, no. What happens is, though, when there's a corner, you get a depth of field when there's a corner and when there's a set piece. So there's in loads more pubs now. They've got a website, you go on there and it'll tell you which pubs they're in. But what you do get is you get a depth of field and you can see more clearly what's happening at the corner.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because obviously 3D's been around for some time, hasn't it? You know, the old glasses, the blue and the red.
Yeah, well now it's the different glasses now.
Different glasses now, but that sort of disappeared for a while. It's only just hip again now. Things come and go, don't they? I think that's going to be obsolete. Personally, I think that's just my opinion.
You're in charge of your opinion. Come in here, arguing with me. Anyway, he says, I've got a soda stream I no longer use, says Dave, plus a cassette Walkman, a hi-fi tape deck, a mini... You're a sucker, Dave. A mini-disc portable unit and a VHS video recorder, which they're not quite obsolete yet. He says, plus... because we were talking about sex across the generational divide, he says, on the subject of sex, I still have good sex at 47, even though I live at 34. Thank you for that, Dave. I'm here all week. 08717 223344. Let's talk to Joe, former Royal Marine, living in the fine city of Glasgow. Joe, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the general election.
Yeah.
I thought that perhaps the Conservatives will win it easy, but it seems now that it's going to be a 3-horse race.
I think they're going to struggle to get an overall majority if the polls... I think the last poll I've seen was 28 for Labour, 29 Liberal Democrats and 34 Tories. So they're sort of, since that debate, they've gone up a point or two. So they're going to struggle to get an overall majority. I quite agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be an overall majority, and I don't like that.
You wouldn't like a hung parliament. I mean, we've done it before. There was the Lib Lab Pact and everything in the 70s. I mean, it has worked in the past for a time. I think the problem is it's never worked when we've had a huge economic crisis such as we've got at the moment. I think you probably do... We will find that there'll be another election in 6 months' time if there's a hung parliament, I think.
Yeah, that probably happened. That happened in 1974.
Yeah.
We had a hung parliament.
We did, and then there was an election soon after.
In October.
Okay. Yeah, Joe, thanks for your call. It's 08717 223344. Let's go back to the teacher case, Peter Harvey. We've got Jane from Tunbridge on the line in
hello.
Garden of England. Jane, what would you like to say?
Hello. I'm with Cameron on no euro and plenty of discipline in the schools.
Yeah, but how do you do it? I mean, it's easy to say, isn't it?
No, I thought you would ask me that. And I deplore the fact that we wait until their children are older and then think about punishment. I want to think about kindergarten, and very gently through stories and acting out. Then they're not stupid, these kids, by any means. I'm way into great grannyhood now, but gosh, I can still talk to children on their same age length. I never did do this goo-goo business. I talk to them. They're very intelligent. And if they're being naughty, I can stop them and say, now, look, just a minute. One day, you are going to be a daddy. And if you find your little boy, if he does something, will go and hurt himself, would you not say no? That's why your daddy is saying no now. And gradually they understand. And to make them act out, even if in kindergarten they have to go in front of the class and say one sentence about what they did. They watched something, cricket or played over the weekend. Just say one sentence in front of a class full to get the idea that the only way to learn is to listen. And the teacher might be telling them how to be good at football. And then if they listen, they are going to learn how to do it.
I'll tell you what, a lot of what you're talking about, Jane, requires sort of one-on-one attention. And that is one of the problems, isn't it? And especially as there are going to be cuts. And I mean, they're all saying they're not going to cut frontline services, but they're going to have to.
Well, no,
what it means there's going to be fewer teachers. There's going to be fewer people to do all this.
No, I'm thinking about the whole class. The whole class is listening in the case of the child having to now come and get the feel of what it's like to be a teacher, because one day you'll be grown up. You might decide to be a teacher. Come in front of the class and see what it's like. And now, if Johnny in the back corner plays mucking about, it doesn't help you learn, and you will never be the best football team if none of you listen to what you have to do.
Okay, Jane.
But they must also be given time to run around, not all this sitting still. They must have plenty of running break time or whatever they call it.
Well, I think they still call it break. Jane, it'd be a lovely idea, and I'd love to think it could work. So thank you very much for your call. 08717 223344. We're talking about the teacher case in Mansfield. We're also talking about the election and whether you're influenced in any way by the newspapers. We will be talking to a body language expert who's going to be analysing what secret, private signals we're getting from the way the leaders have been behaving this week. Let's go to Nigel, who's in Maidstone. Nigel, good morning to you.
Oh, hi, Martin.
Hiya.
I've got a Betamax video camera still, a great big one.
Blimey.
With 3 hours tape that goes into it, and I've still got the battery charger. I was wondering if that guy who had the Betamax video recorder might want a video camera.
Well, that's agreed at the swap shop.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get in contact with you and you can give him my number if you wanted to, I'll probably sell it pretty cheap.
Right. I'm not sure we're able to sell stuff on the ad, but I'll tell you, so don't tell us how much, but if he gets in touch with us, we'll get back in touch with him and let him know your number, Nigel. I had a VHS camera which he put in the full 3 hour VHS tape, recorded my wedding on it. Many, many years ago. Thanks for your call, Nigel.
Thank you.
If he does want that Betamax camera, the big big items as well. They used to use on telly, you know, because Betamax was the industry standard, you know, in the 80s in TV.
Was it because it was the better?
Yeah, because it was better quality for
better
recording.
quality.
Yeah.
So how come was it the price that sort of brought it out of the market?
They were stitched up. The Sony were Betamax, JVC, I think Japanese were VHS, and they stitched them up by doing deals with all the Hollywood film companies to release their films on VHS. I think I'm right. If anybody thinks I'm wrong on this, do let me know, because my memory is fairly fuzzy. But I do think that's what happened. The Japanese, damn clever, these Japanese. They stitched up, Sony's Japanese as well, but JVC stitched up Sony.
It's rivalries.
It's
like the trainer wars in Germany, but with like videotapes.
Yes, it is. It is.
But I'm guessing that if these were big cameras, then a lot of the reporters back then would have had bad backs.
Well, of course, in those days, television had much more money, and the reporters didn't care. There was none of this reporters carrying a camera. You had a sound man with a big boom mic. You had somebody recording it on a Nagra, which is a very good tape recorder, and then you had a cameraman or two cameramen, and you probably had a director. And then somebody would cut your film for you when you were about luxury in those days.
What happened to that money? Where did it go?
Who knows? They all took it out. Greg Dyke's got a lot of it. Let's talk to Maureen, who's in Harrow. Maureen.
Hi.
Hi. What would you like to say?
Well, I was on the radio earlier on. I called in about Peter Harvey.
I thought you were a different Maureen.
No, I'm not, unfortunately. I was cut off before I was finished what I was saying.
Oh, go on then. Give us your final point.
Oh, well, it depends how long you have. I just want to say that I'm a teacher with no mental health issues, and I can see how a normal human being could be pushed to the same extremes.
Right. That was what you wanted to say, basically.
Yes, but I would like you to comment on that further, because clearly we have an issue with teachers at the moment that they think they are psychologists, they think they are babysitters, they think they are everything to everybody.
Well, my comment on that would be that, yes, clearly, if that sort of behaviour is going on, a teacher is going to be stressed, is going to be upset, is going to find it impossible to teach, morale's going to be low, depression may very well set in. All that could happen. But when you pick up a 3-kilogram dumbbell and hit a child over the head with it and shout, die, 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 there has to be some, what I would call, irrespective of texts coming in saying, there's no such thing as mental health problems, that is a mental health problem. That's not just reaction to kids misbehaving.
Well, then I have to say, in that case, you have to spend some time in a classroom. You have to shadow a teacher and, experience what they experience walking down the corridor, suffering sexual abuse, comments, and all the nonsense that goes on in the classroom is preventing learning from taking place. We are supposed to be instructional leaders, to...
I mean, we ought to point out that this doesn't happen everywhere. As I said, I have 3 children gone through high school. I've got one in primary school now. And none of these sort of problems. You had a few disruptive kids who the rest of the kids were as upset about that as the teachers were. But by and large, we have to say that this is an extreme case, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But the thing about it is, it's an extreme case at this moment. But this is bubbling up all over the place. And this is what we have to realise is in the future.
How would you instill discipline in schools? What would you do?
More parental support. That's the main issue.
So the main issue is with parents. I mean, what we're saying is there's a generation of chaff parents, if you like, and not instilling discipline at home.
That is correct, yes. And more emotional support within the school for students who are having problems with behaviour. And more support for people whose children are behaving well. The most people who miss out on instruction in schools are those that, come into school, they behave well, they get on. We miss out on dealing with them.
Do you think there's a problem with heads of schools, A, having too much paperwork and not really keeping their eye on the ball as regards what's going on in the classroom, and B, maybe being over-promoted too early?
Not necessarily with heads. I think the whole problem is with legislation.
What, with too much paperwork?
Legislation and the fact that heads cannot expel pupils easily enough.
Okay, Maureen, thank you for your call, and for both your calls. But that's it. We finished on that one from Maureen, but I would like your views. 08717 223344. We're also asking, not just about discipline in schools, we're talking as well this morning about the election and whether you're in any way affected by what the newspapers say. The Guardian has come out in favour of the Lib Dems. They say they're going to vote enthusiastically for the Lib Dems. The fact the Guardian's behind them, does that mean anything to you? Fine newspaper, of course, but does it mean anything that the Guardian's behind the Lib Dems and the Times are coming out for the Tories? This one says, this email here says, hello Martin, when I was a kid, anything that was considered by the teacher to be not allowed in the classroom was confiscated till the end of term. Kids have too many rights today. These camera phones play a big part in bullying. And that's true as well. It's not just taunting the teachers, is it? I mean, there's a lot of these bullying cases. People were filming stuff on their cameras and should be taken off the kids at the start of the school day. As for newspapers and their effect on voters, all I can say is I admire Murdoch so much that I'll be voting raving loony. You know it makes sense. From Mad Frank in Harrow. It's high time we took a break. 08717 223344. Keep the calls coming. We'll get round to them. 81089 to text us, and if you want to send us an email, it's talksport.net.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
Good morning to you. It's Saturday morning. You can tell it's a bank holiday weekend because it's actually chucking it down. It's 5 minutes to 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's talk to Miriam in Birmingham. Miriam, good morning to you.
Hello, good morning.
Hiya.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
That's good. I'm just listening to the woman that spoke earlier on about kindergartens.
Yes.
Nurseries. Well, my daughter is nearly 4 now. She was in a kindergarten, a nursery.
Yeah.
And I had to take her out after 6 months because the teachers there, one put her hand down the toilets because my daughter had put a toilet roll down, and when I asked, oh gosh, my daughter was so upset, you put her hand down the toilet, and please don't do that, and they said, oh, it's okay. I put a glove on her, but my daughter came home at 3.5 years of age, crying to me. She didn't say anything in nursery when I picked her up, but when she came home, she said, oh, Mum, teacher, blah, 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 shouted at me, this is not my job. It's not my job. And she put my hand down the toilet. So, first of all, it was, yes, I did put the hand down the toilet. Then it was, oh, the toilet was clean. But then it was, the third time, it was, I did put a glove on her. I said, please do not do that again. Then from the same teacher again, and one of the colleagues, dirty looks at me for kissing my daughter goodbye when I left her at nursery. Dirty looks from her and a colleague, and I didn't...
Well, they don't like you to do that, do they? Because kids can get too clingy at nursery. Because I can remember when, they don't like you to make a fuss. I mean, I think you're all right with a little kiss, usually, but they don't like you to make a fuss. I can remember...
Yeah. But no, sorry for interrupting, sorry for cutting you down there.
No, that's all right.
Because I was the last one in, I think, and they were fed up. They wanted me out. Come on, we're fed up of this job, we're fed up of this every day. If they don't want to do the job, don't do it, Then another time when I went to pick my daughter up, I was looking at the window, all parents were, they all look in the window and see the kids, and they don't like that. One teacher used to draw the blinds and just shut them. But the same teacher banged the window at me in front of all the other parents.
Was it a private nursery, or was it a state one?
A state one, yes. Yeah. One of the, Gordon Brown ones. One of those ones, but,
Sure
fair enough.
One, yeah.
Yeah, sure start one. But, fair enough, they get fed up, but time after time, my daughter was coming home with wetting herself all the time.
Yeah.
When she first started, she was
not good, is it?
not potty, she was toilet trained, but they had her going on the potty. Well, but we do have children, little babies that come here as well. They're taking too much on, and then in the end, I've just took her out.
Yeah.
I took her out
Miriam,
the road.
we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks for your story, but we're going to have to leave it because we've got some news coming up. And sorry, Mark at Cannock in Staffordshire, we'll get round to you after the news. So we'll ring you back, or ring us back just after the news. However, keep your calls coming. 08717 223344. We'll be thrilled to talk to you. Or you can text us at 81089 or email via the website. That's talksport.net.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
There you are, to get you in the mood for the World Cup. There's a bit of South African ska for you. Midnight Ska by Reggie Masomi's Hollywood Jazz Band. There's one they're not playing on Radio 3. Let's talk to Mark, who's at Cannock in Staffordshire. Mark, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, I was just listening to what was being said about school discipline, and I have this attitude towards mobile phones, which is basically that there is no place in the classroom for a mobile phone. You know, I just cannot understand how there's any justification to allow kids to take their mobile phones into a lesson. I mean, you know, I can appreciate that parents feel assured if their kids have a mobile phone on them if they're walking to and from school or they're out and about, just for an extra sort of sense of security. But once they get into school, you know, those mobile phones should be put away, you know, maybe into a school safe or a locker or whatever, and then they can get them again at the end of the school day. There's, you know, it's one of those things really, which you just can't understand why it's happening at all, why there just isn't a blanket ban really.
No, I agree with you. I mean, how did we all manage all those years ago? I used to get to school and back every day, and I never disappeared, and I didn't have a mobile phone. I mean, when you think of it, you know, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we all managed without mobile phones 20, 25 years ago. Why did kids need mobile phones in classrooms? I quite agree with you, Mark. Thanks for your call. 08717 223344. We're also talking about, well, we're talking about two things really, well, three things. We're talking about the Peter Harvey case, the teacher in Mansfield who was acquitted this week, and virtually, I don't think any paper at all had anything less than support for him when he was acquitted. Everybody felt he should have been. And I'm just reading some of the quotes here. For almost 2 decades, Peter Harvey had been a teacher who loved his job, respected by colleagues and children alike. He had a reputation as a charismatic, dedicated master who made it his life's work to bring the best out of pupils. So he influenced some kids so much they actually followed him into the teaching profession as a result of his influence. But in recent years, he'd become increasingly disillusioned and bewildered as teachers were stripped of their power to discipline pupils. I think that feeling he had of being increasingly disillusioned and bewildered is shared by a lot of teachers. I really do. My wife's a teacher. She's not teaching at the moment, but I do know a lot of teachers, and I don't think that's an unusual feeling at all. I've got a friend who's a French teacher, and she goes into she's one of these, what do you call the teachers? Supply teacher, that's right, supply teacher. So she goes into different schools, and the stories she tells me, they just make your hair turn grey, or whatever. 08717 223344, we can talk about that. We're also talking about gadgets, though. The floppy disk. So farewell then, floppy disk. This week they went out of existence. And various people have written to me about different obsolete gadgets. KC in Middlesex says, talking about Polaroids, I wish they'd bring back the old box cameras, a simple way of taking good clear pictures with a large viewfinder without pressing the camera close to your eyes.
Polaroid-wise, apparently the reason why they're coming back is because a lot of the stars are using them. So Lady Gaga, have you heard of her?
Lady Gaga, well-known popular singer.
Yeah, and Justin Timberlake, for example.
Just Dance, and Justin Timberlake makes shoes, doesn't he?
Something like that, yeah. And does records as well. But he has a Polaroid camera, and that's why the kids are getting back into it.
Yeah, I can't.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Stan in Belfast says, a head teacher once told me socially that kids in class can be little monsters and will exploit any teacher's weakness. It's absolutely right. I think I have a solution for classroom behaviour. Why not have a teacher and an assistant, like in primary schools? Well, that's an interesting point, because they do in primary schools. Robert in Glasgow. Robert, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you. I think it's a society that's went as a wall. You see, the point is, if you remember back to the case where a 14-year-old boy went to the police because his mother scalped his 11-year-old brother in the arse, turned round, the police got in touch with the social services, plus another policewoman likely, went up, charged the woman. The woman, I believe, worked for the council. It went to the council. It went to the board. She was sacked. She went to appeal. The appeal threw out her appeal, and she stayed sacked. So let's look at the situation. I know this case was a serious case, but when a case happens at school, the teacher gets suspended for petty things like grabbing a boy or a girl, putting her outside. Oh, you hurt my arm, right? We'll charge you with assault and all that. Don't suspend them, because if they get suspended, then the whole group in the class club together, and parents and all the rest. And if a parent does something where they go up, the police should be, that woman that I told you about a minute ago, the policeman should have went to the house and says to the boy, what did you do? You swear at your mum? Well, don't do it again. If you do, I'll be up to see you. That would have cleared that up. The same at school.
I'm inclined to agree with sort of return to Dixon of Dock Green policing.
No, it doesn't. The point is, the police should never have went and got social workers and everybody else involved. They should have went to the house and just says, look, and the boy, and don't you come to me with something like that. If he does wrong and your mum chastises him, don't come to me.
I'm inclined to agree. Thanks for your call, Robert. 08717 223344. 08717 223344. You can text us 81089. I'll do some of your texts in a moment. Or email us via the website talksport.net. Let's talk to Lawrence, who's in fantastic Manchester. Lawrence, good morning.
You grovelling little creep. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. No, it's my hometown, Manchester.
Oh, it's great town. I'm actually a Glaswegian Scot, but I've lived in Manchester for some years now. I love it, man.
Yeah, no,
I just hope there's no independence, otherwise I'll be chilling myself at the town hall steps. That's what I promise you. The new technology.
Yes.
Day-glow clothing.
Day-glow clothing.
Have you not seen it? Everybody, there's an obsession now with safety.
Oh, you mean these sort of day-glow vests?
Well, no, it started out with people who are working in various industries, etc., right?
Right.
So you could be seen. Now it's moved on. It's now got collar styles, and there are children wearing them, and there are people wearing, in the winter, they're wearing Wellingtons with the stripes on. And you're not seeing it yet.
No, I've seen high-visibility vests and things.
Oh, no, but it's not just high-visibility vests. People, I don't know whether you missed this. Darling, one must be living too long in Leeds. High-visibility winter clothing. The day glows. I mean, I was walking down last winter, you know, that what we would call in the north a bit of a breeze.
Yes.
You know, what the South calls an Arctic storm. People are wearing different colours, like boys are in blue, girls are in pink, orange. And have you not seen it?
No, I haven't.
Has no one seen it?
I'm not. Have you seen it? What, Coach? You know what he's talking about?
I think that I've seen girls go out in groups into town dressed in sort of day-glow outfits as, I guess, sort of like a hen night or something like that. But I don't see it regularly.
I'm talking about the industrial swag turned into a fashion statement.
No, I've not seen that.
It was industrial swag, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sure
it's a bit like the deceased Malcolm McLean, you know, turn your dustbin into a £7 shirt.
Yes.
Surely it's just it's not. Surely Manchester's not so far ahead that nobody else has grasped it.
I think
I'm telling you,
it's a Manchester thing.
Honest to God, but I know, I kid you not, right?
Yeah.
It's the bib style.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
I know what you're talking about, but I've never seen it. I just have to say, and if we'll open it to the text and phone us up if you've seen this, but I haven't seen it.
Is there just a lot of roadworks taking place in Manchester at the moment?
What 6-year-olds are wearing?
Well, the sewers are collapsing in Manchester, aren't they? Well, the Victorian sewer system, there's always roadworks there. Lawrence, we're going to leave it there, but
You're welcome, man.
Anybody else, all the best. If anybody else has seen that, high visibility road workers wear being worn as leisure wear, I've never seen that. Russ is in Lichfield. Russ.
Good morning, Martin.
Hiya.
And to your
Watko.
show on the side
Watko is my chum.
Good morning, Russ.
Morning, mate.
He's sidekicking.
Sidekicking, that's it, mate. I'll just ring to talk about sort of 80s gadgets and household gadgets that accumulate dust. I just wonder if I make a quick point about the teacher before I go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I got the gist of your sentiment that you maybe thought it was a sort of breath of fresh air, this judgment. And I think a lot of people have...
I think that was almost unanimous, wasn't it? All the papers said that they thought, not as a breath of fresh air, but that justice had been done.
In comparison to sort of, other... Over the years, you hear sort of high-profile stories, and you think, "Oh my God, that don't seem right." And for once, something just seems right. And just get Elliot by the button, just in case, because I don't want to say anything. I'm not going to mention politics. But
Elliot, he's by the button. He's standing by. He's poised.
Right. I wondered. It's just an assumption that maybe this common sense has come about because this particular judge had the foresight that we're right close to an election, maybe we're going to have a change, and maybe in things are going to go in a different direction, punishment-wise, and thought, well, I'm going to take set a precedent, let's say. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it was, when you looked at the evidence and when you heard about his history of, he had been off with mental health problems and all that, I think it was almost certain that was going to be the outcome.
I agree with that. I actually agree with that, Martin. I'm not disputing the outcome, to be fair. I'm just wondering that, it's just strange because it's, like I said, it just seems to be a common sense.
Yeah. I know it's unusual.
For a change. The gadgets and that accumulate dust. I'll come to the conclusion that you need one of these big sort of show-busy kitchens.
Yes.
For example, these massive kitchens with a sort of breakfast bar down the middle and ridiculous amounts of worktop space to sort of keep all these gadgets, because I've got a bread maker, which I know from experience from other people, they are quite good. It's never been out of the box now. I mean, we've had about 15 years. Kenwood smoothie maker, which is a great device. It's just, like I said, it's having all of the worktop space. Really, we need all these things set up, ready to use when you want to use them, with maybe a dust cover over. But instead, they're all in the cupboard. I've got popcorn makers. I must say, the Breville sandwich toaster, I must correct you, is not obsolete, mate. They are one of the good sort of useless gadgets. They're still. I mean, I used to sort of do security, and I used to take one to work with me, and I could always knock up a decent bit of hot snap with one of them things.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I mean, they've got a reputation, but they were very, very popular for a little while, and then they went out of fashion. But we've got a George Foreman grill at home.
I've got one of them.
Yes, well, I thought you would have.
No, but they're all so good. All these gadgets are good, Martin, but it's having the space to have them all set up, ready to use when you think, I'm just going to use a George Foreman grill. Instead, it's at the back of the cupboard at the bottom, and I've got to move a load of plates, and then I'll start shouting at the missus, well, you put this at the back. Oh, forget it, I'll leave it at the back.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. I've been making toasted sandwiches in the George Foreman grill. But to be honest, they're better in the Breville sandwich maker because that seals them, doesn't it?
That's right.
The only problem being in the middle of it is hotter than, it's like a nuclear meltdown.
I used to make those as well, take them to work and stick them in the toaster to warm them up. Just about, only with cheese in, though. If you do it with baked beans, then you run a risk of a bit of a mess. But
it's like listening to a couple of sandwich technicians, just sharing, old stories of putting together
great sandwich stories, mate.
BLTs and what have you.
Yeah. Well, the great thing about the Breville is that it was hot sandwich. You wouldn't put lettuce in a Breville sandwich toaster.
You'd have that on the side.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually experienced hot lettuce?
I don't want to experience hot lettuce. Actually, that sounds like a band. It sounds like a 60s band, Hot Lettuce.
Hot lettuce? It sounds a bit dodgy, that does actually, mate.
Yeah, or possibly, yes, a hot lettuce. It's either a 60s band or some sexual practice that's been outlawed in many states in the United States of America. Thank you, Russ.
Thanks, chaps.
All the best. Bye. 08717 223344. Now, this on the view of whether newspapers actually influence you as to who you're going to vote to. For Ian in Hertfordshire says, I think you subconsciously choose a newspaper that comports with your political view rather than letting it influence you, which is a good point. I mean, if you're a rabid Tory, you probably don't get The Guardian. Although, having said that, I'm a moderate pinko lefty, and I do get The Telegraph, because I just, most of the funny stories are in The Telegraph. Yeah, everything you can get in the tabloids is in the Telegraph, I think. So, you don't necessarily just buy the paper that, you agree with.
I don't really buy papers, if I'm honest, and a lot of people don't these days.
Unfortunately. That's why the newspaper industry is in the state it's in. Dave says, the United Kingdom is hamstrung by the corrupt European Union. We have incorporated its human rights edict, which has removed the ability of teachers to administer corporal punishment. That's the only sanction that will deter bullies and disruptive individuals. Exit the EU, save £40 million a day, regain control of our laws and regain control of our disruptive youths. Simples, he says. Well, I wish people would stop saying simples. And teachers who bleat about the lack of discipline can't complain. They endorsed it in the 1970s. A European law banning the belt, or tors as it was known in Scotland. End of respect and discipline, says that one. Ask your cougar guest to admit the cougar crap is really about promoting extramarital sex for women of a certain age, as well as the divorced ones, says this text from Ike. However, I've already done the interview. It's too late. Steve in Sunderland says, I think all clothes will become obsolete in the future, and everyone will wear silver jumpsuits, and cars too, as we will all have flying machines. Well, Seinfeld did say that in one of his routines. He said that in the future, he says, I've seen movies set in the future, and everybody seems to be wearing the silver jumpsuit. That's what people will wear in the future.
I think he watched Tomorrow's World in the 1980s, because that's what they were predicting, and in the 1970s, and in the late 1960s. Where is that? I want some of that silver-suited business.
Yes, and of course we'd all have our meals in a little pill form.
I don't want that.
And we'd all have our own little hovercrafts, I seem to remember, in Tomorrow's World at one point.
There you go, if you're listening, Clive Sinclair, make it happen, please.
Pencil sharpeners. Seeing as we don't have pencil pushers anymore, what do we need them for? That's from Professor Brainstorm. Hiya, Martin, we've got an 8-track. 8 tracks and a radiogram that we still use, Tom in Brighton. You still see, if you go on car boot sales, you see the only people who made the 8 tracks, the commercial 8 tracks, were CBS, I believe. So you've always got, basically, bear me out, listeners, if you've got 8 tracks at home, you will have Simon and Garfunkel's greatest hits, and a couple of Bob Dylan albums. That was basic, because they were all on CBS, and that's basically all you could get.
Well, I was on the radio once, and I'd never really seen an 8-track, so I asked if anybody had one, and they brought 2 in.
Blimey.
So I've got an 8-track somewhere, with a few, a few cartridges as well.
Bob Dylan and Simon and Garfunkel.
And the Mamas and the Papas, I think.
Yeah. Mums and the Papas, yeah, I think it was that as well.
And Sinatra.
Sinatra? Yeah, I think there was 1 or 2 8-track. All I remember was Simon and Garfunkel.
You can have my 8-track if you want.
Well, I still miss in the radio, we used to have carts. We used to play cartridges, which was great fun. If you've ever seen any film of the pirate ships, you'll see them playing cartridges on there.
My main concern about stopping things like, finishing the floppy disk, which was 3 types, by the way. There was an 8-inch, which was, you know, the BBC Micro was the bigger, floppier disc that actually was floppy, and then there was the 5 1/4 inch one, and then there was the 3 1/2 inch floppy disc, which is the one that we know.
Yeah, 3 1/2 inch.
Which is actually floppy inside, but hard if you knock it against, you know, a piece of wood. Basically, what I'm worried about is
Liverpool FC.
there's going to be, you know, possibly a black market for this kind of thing, similar to the situation we've seen with the 100-watt light bulb, because, as you know, that was sort of phased out, which I think was shocking, because I love the light that gives off. There's people selling those on car boots around the country,
Really?
and I'm telling you, the prices are going up.
What, 100-watt light bulbs?
Yeah, big time. But look, no word of a lie. If I could get myself a 100-watt light bulb right now, I would stick. I would do away with those environmentally friendly ones. They don't give out the light.
No, well, the environmentally friendly ones, they do eventually give out the light, but you have to switch. You have to decide, I'm going to go in that room in 25 minutes' time, so I'll switch a light on now, so by the time I get in the room, it'll be light enough for me.
It's true, if you stop things, then there's a market for it, and as I say, car boot sales across the land.
Floppy disks, though, will there? I mean,
well, there might be, but look,
what do you do with them these
I was
days?
out in the Talksport offices today, and they've got computers that still use the floppy disk.
Well, possibly. Although I do not agree with what this teacher did to this little troublemaker, maybe, just maybe, this may make troublemakers in future think twice about disrespecting our teachers. Marie from Lancaster. I tell you what, if I was a teacher, just for a gag, I would come into the classroom on Monday morning with a dumbbell, put it down on the desk, and then start teaching. And then just as a gesture. We had a teacher who did that. There was a teacher at our school who was called Reevy. I always remember that Reevy, like Don Reevy, the Leeds United manager. And he used to talk tough, and he used to come in and he used to put a gym, because in those days you were allowed to hit kids, and he used to put a gym shoe on the desk, what we used to call a gym shoe, we call a trainer these days, and he'd put it on the desk, and never ever did he ever hit anybody, but it was just there as a threat, hovering in the background. So, I feel that... Martin, let's put some fun back in politics. Yes, let's. Says Big Dave in Barry and Furness. He says, just looked at the official Monster Raving Loony Party's manifesto. Some of the good ideas are as follows. Health and safety. They propose to ban self-responsibility on the grounds it may be dangerous to your health. MPs' expenses. They propose that instead of a second home allowance, MPs will have a caravan, which will be parked outside the Houses of Parliament. This will make it easier, as flipping a caravan is easier than flipping homes. They will also ban all forms of greyhound racing. This will help stop the country going to the dogs. Well, hey! Plus some of the 27 confirmed candidates representing true democracy are Alan Howling Lord Hope, Crucial Chris, Toby Jug, Napoleon Dynamite, and Baron von Thunderclap. Those are just some of the candidates. I was hoping that, and I wonder if I've brought the piece of paper in with me somewhere. I think I was hoping that, when he had that, when Gordon Brown had that contretemps, or sort of contretemps, with the lady in Rochdale, Gillian Duffy, and she said to him at one point, this was the crucial bit that they fell out over, I suppose. She said to him at one point, These immigrants from Eastern Europe, where are they all flocking from? And I was hoping that Gordon Brown would say, well, Eastern Europe, possibly, which, because sarcasm, I think, can cover a multitude, and I think he might have got away with it. Martin, and with all due respect to the lady, these are different times. Reasoning is fine up to a point, although you must have discipline. Far too many regulations, not enough common sense. How about some more RD? Some more RD? Do you know what he means by RD, or is it his name R.D. Mercer? Might be R.D. Mercer, might be. Oh, some more Roy Mercer. Yes, I've got some with me. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Do you know Roy D. Mercer? I think you do. I think I've played it on your radio station. Roy D. Mercer is the American guy who does the spoof phone calls. I've brought in quite a few of these, so we'll play one a little bit later on. Thanks for your text. The way to get discipline back into schools and restore order and respect from those feral children is quite simple. Reintroduce corporal punishment, problem solved. That's from Bill of Harold Hill, who mercifully doesn't say simples at the end of it. When I was at primary school, there were about 8 in my class. I think the key to controlling behaviour is to reduce class sizes and thus increase one-to-one time, says Zach from County Down. I think he's got a good point there. I think really smaller class sizes will make a big difference. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport. It's 26 minutes past 2 o'clock. 08717 223344. We're talking about the case of the teacher in Mansfield who was acquitted this week of GBH with intent. We're also talking about good neighbours. People are prepared to pay an extra £3,100 a year for a home with good neighbours. Bradford is apparently the most neighbourly place in Britain in terms of consideration, tolerance, friendliness, tidiness and vigilance. What a great half-back line that was. Friendliness, tidiness and vigilance. Glasgow, Swansea, Bristol, Manchester and Sheffield are next in the list of fine places for good neighbours. Stockport and Greater Manchester is the least desirable. There was another survey done this week, which will interest you, coming from the East Midlands, Watko. This is there's a new iPhone application. It's not a survey, actually. It's an iPhone application whereby you can check up on just how dodgy your new neighbours might be. This iPhone application has been launched, allowing users to check how likely it is that their next-door neighbours will have an antisocial behaviour order, an ASBO. Not only can you use your iPhone to do your weekly shop and pay your bills, you can now also research just what sort of a neighbourhood you might be moving into. Excitingly, you can also get information on just how many crack houses were closed in your local area, because you don't want all your crack houses closed down, do you? In terms of ASBOs, well, most of the worst places, the top 5 worst places, are all in London: Newham, Tower Hamlets, Barking, Dagenham, Hackney, Waltham Forest. Rochdale is 6th in the list. It's the first in Britain after the London boroughs. So whether it's Gillian Duffy influencing all these ASBOs there or not. Then Slough, and then it's Ashfield, which is on your local patch.
Yes, yeah, just across the way from.
Pretty rough place, Ashfield.
Well, I don't think so. No? I don't think so. I think we've got too many applications on these iPhones telling us things. It really does depend, doesn't it, whether you live there or not. I think people living in Sutton, certainly in Ashfield, which is mentioned there, have a fantastic life, depending on who they're living next to. And I think everybody's got somebody on their street who might be not the most upstanding of neighbours. Personally, I don't want anybody to speak to me. I move into a place where my neighbours are a bit, I don't know, aloof, because I don't want to speak to anybody.
You don't want to speak to anybody?
Not really, no. I don't want to have friendly chats over the garden fence. Would you like to come for a barbecue? Is that the kind of guy you are, Martin?
Oh, very much so. Always barbecuing. even in the rain. No, I'm not a great barbecuer. But having said that, I mean, I get on really well with my neighbours. We don't talk to them much, but when we do.
When you do,
yeah,
you're busy mates, so to speak.
Correct, yeah.
But yeah, for me, I'm not really interested in having a fantastic, as long as they're not playing music at all times during the day, as long as they're, respecting me living next door, I'm not really bothered to have any kind of relationship with a neighbour. That's just me.
Fair enough, okay. 08717 223344. How important are neighbours to you? Let us know. We're talking cougars very, very shortly as well. Intergenerational sex across the age divide. I recorded an interview earlier on with a lady from gocougar.com. Just do this email before we continue. I believe the earlier caller was called Patricia. She said that all the 3 main leaders are undoubtedly clever men, but in her words, quotes, will say anything to get you into bed with them. Perhaps this is the biggest problem with our modern political system. Ultimately, we're all being led to vote the leader that is visually pleasing and says all the right things. He or she then chooses their own cabinet and builds a fortress and pretty much do as they please for 4 years. A few days ago, I was listening to a student being interviewed on the TV. He was saying something along the lines, I cannot decide between any of the 3 leaders, although I would lean towards Nick Clegg. But then I realised my local leader, who does a great job, is in a different party. Maybe this is the way we should all be thinking more as for your local MP, which is our system, really. I mean, if I had a particularly good local MP, I don't think, a really good local MP, I don't think I'd bother what party he or she was in, because it does seem that there's not a huge difference between them. I mean, I wouldn't vote tribally, like a lot of people do, and especially in the part of the country that I come from, and where you come from in Mansfield as well, people vote tribally. They hardly even notice who the candidate is. It's where you get, in Mansfield, for instance, Labour votes are waived. They don't bother counting them, they just weigh the bucketfuls of Labour votes. But I suspect there's a lot of people that don't even know who their MP is. There's not that many marginal.
Well, I don't know. I think that might have changed a bit these days. But I mean, in terms of voting, you know, if you stick a whatever colour rosette on a horse, then they'll get in. I think things are changing because, particularly with this whole idea of having the TV debates, because we're living in the X Factor society, aren't we? And
yeah, but what I'm saying is, if that happens, they're voting for Clegg or Cameron or Brown, whereas what they should be doing really is having a look at your own candidate. Well, let's just have a quick word about the 100-watt bulb, because huge reaction on the 100-watt bulb from William in Cardiff. William, what did you want to say?
They are still available, you know, if you turn and look around.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Where did you get them from?
Am I allowed to say the name?
he's going to say car boot sales.
No.
William, I thought that it was illegal to sell 100-watt light bulbs in the European Union.
Well, apparently I got some only a fortnight ago.
Yeah.
Well, then we don't want you to obviously name the place where you got them, just in case.
I could turn on a name to your colleague that took the phone call, and then pass it on to you.
Okay. It's a well-known store, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Is it in the South Wales area?
Well, I don't know if it's up your way either. It is in South Wales.
Well, it's a bit of a jaunt just for a bulb, isn't it?
Well, you can get them 4 in a pack.
4 in a pack.
Right, okay, well, if you could pass on that information, I would like to know, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, William.
That's okay.
All the best to you. We'll be going down the M4 to get those 4 light bulbs. Why do you particularly want to... Because you can get 60-watt light bulbs. They're not bad, are they? 60-watt?
They don't do the same
Don't
that those
they?
100 watts do. And they're probably very expensive, though. We didn't ask how much they were.
No.
We should have done. They were probably about 50 quid. Because as I tell you, they're very rare.
Okay. As a teaching assistant in an all-girls high school with an extremely good reputation, I'd like to let parents know that all children take their mobile phones into the lessons, and they are not only turned on, they're frequently used in the lessons. There are far too many parents out there who think their children are angels and who defend their children when they're in trouble at school. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Parents need to get real. Let's bring back the right for schools to expel the worst pupils. The parents might then instill some discipline for fear of having to stay at home to look after their monstrous children. That's Jane in Hampton. Keep them coming, the text, the emails, the calls, 08717 223344.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
It's coming up, it's coming up. It's there.
Well, good morning to you. It's 21 minutes now to 3 o'clock in the morning. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport. Now, I can confirm, this is from Joseph Powell, he says, I can confirm what your previous caller said about the high visibility wear. I've seen people wearing that too. I've also seen a couple of people wearing orange Guantanamo Bay jumpsuits, would you believe, with prisoner numbers on them. And all, I don't believe that, and all sorts. Wearing slippers outside is fashionable with kids too. Well, the only people I ever saw wearing... There was a guy who lived opposite us when I was a kid who was a little bit special. Nowadays, he was a sort of care in the community guy. And he used to go down to the shops to buy cigarettes with slippers on. But anyway, slippers outside apparently fashionable with kids. I've never seen that. As well as odd socks. I know I sound like an old man here at the grand old age of 33, but fashion, as outrageous as it always been, has always had a degree of conformity to it. And I can't ever remember people wearing slippers or odd socks outdoors. No, neither can I. I've not seen anybody. I don't know whether it's not reached Yorkshire yet, but I've never seen anybody doing that. Let's talk to Paul, who's in Barnsley. Paul, good morning.
All right, man.
Yeah, not too bad. What did you want to say?
I was just wondering, the coverage of that teacher that had that incident, like, and got cleared of it. All the coverage I've seen of it, I've never heard what actually happened to the young man that he attacked. Did he actually hurt him? Or?
Well, he did at the time. They were very worried. I mean, they thought he might lose his life. He fractured his skull. He's fully recovered now, the 14-year-old, except he's got slight trouble with his hearing. The mother of the 14-year-old says that, you know, he won't go to school. You know, he's frightened to go to school now. And she's obviously, you know, still furious about the whole thing. But physically, he's recovered. You know, it's remarkable as it may seem to have a 3-kilogram dumbbell, have your head bashed in with that. He has recovered, but that's the case. That's as it stands.
And then it seems that the teacher in question, like he was undergoing mental stress himself at the time?
I think so. I think that's what the courts decided, that I mean, he's admitted GBH, clearly he didn't have much alternative there because there's a fractured skull, but it's the intent. He's been cleared of attempted murder, and he's been cleared of GBH with intent, and I think that's down to his mental state. You know, they're saying the intent wasn't there, and I think the interview he gave afterwards, he said it was like watching it in a movie. You know, it wasn't really happening as far as he was concerned. So that's basically it, Paul.
Right.
Okay, thanks for your call. 08717 223344. 08717 223344. We're also talking about neighbourliness. Bradford apparently is the most friendly place in Britain in terms of consideration, tolerance, friendliness, all that sort of stuff. And we'll be talking about sex across the age divide, particularly the new phenomenon of the cougar. There's a thing on the telly called Cougar Town, which is on Sky. Have you watched Cougar Town at all?
It's been on whilst I've been in the room. I can't say that I've watched it.
It's been on. Well, there you are. There's a bit of experience there from Watko. It has been on when you've been in the room.
Yes, because my partner was watching it.
Yeah, my son
girlfriend
watches it.
was watching
My
it,
son watches it. I'm a bit worried about him because
I don't think you'd be troubled by a cougar, though, would you?
No, well,
because your cougar would be in her 80s, yeah.
Well, precisely. We've pre-recorded an interview with a lady from GoCougar.com, and I do make that same gag myself.
Sorry, I apologise.
It's very, very difficult for me to find an older woman these days. But you know, but we're all getting older. Apparently.
So you were talking about neighbours. What constitutes being a good neighbour? What are the attributes that somebody has to have?
Being tidy, being tolerant, so they're tolerant of you, and you know, in return you be tolerant of them. You know, so in terms of things like music and that sort of thing, people. I mean, we have to have neighbours who we tolerate their music if they have the music loud. And they tolerate myself and my wife having stand-up rows. I
thought you were going to say something else then for a second.
No. We've already covered that with the cougar issue. So, yeah, I think tolerance is a big one. Friendliness is a big one, I think. Just, you know, just come give you a smile, a bit of a way. I'm not saying you have to have talks over the garden fair. I mean, I think you were sort of...
I'm concerned that you have to invite them round for dinner.
No. You have to invite them round for dinner. We've never done that. We've never had... if you have a party, I think it's only you should invite your neighbours in. You shouldn't have a party, I don't think, when people are going to park their cars in the street and then you're asking your neighbours to put up with that and to put up with people leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, or probably one of your parties about 10:30. But when you're asking them to put up with that, I think it's only polite to ask them to invite them to the party. You know, not if it's a dinner party with like 4 people around the table, but if it's if it's like a proper full-on party.
Have you ever had a bad neighbour?
Yeah, we had a bit of an access/parking dispute. I think you'll find most neighbourly disputes revolve around parking, you know, that little bit of territory where your car lives, or the little bit of territory where you drive your car in the driveway, access, that sort of thing. So we did have a bit of a dispute there, but it blew over. Yeah, it was a little bit of a dispute for a while. We didn't talk to them again.
So I guess it'd be nice if we could hear from somebody maybe who has had a bad neighbour and somebody who's had a good neighbour.
Yeah.
You know, what makes a good neighbour, what makes a bad neighbour? Because that all boils down to antisocial behaviour, which you were talking about earlier on as well, doesn't it?
I suppose it does to an extent. 08717 223344. And phone us if you live in Glasgow, Swansea, Bristol, Manchester, Sheffield and Bradford, all of which are friendly, neighbourly places. Stockport, apparently, is the least desirable place. Don't live in Stockport is the advice from this survey that was done by some firm.
What I've noticed is in stories that I've read about people who've got ASBOs for being bad neighbours, they don't think of themselves as being a bad neighbour. They think they're just getting on with life. Who's in the wrong here?
Well, give us a call, 08717 223344. That's the number, 08717 223344. And we're saying you're a bad neighbour, Watko, for being unfriendly and not inviting you.
At least I'm not
throwing
trying to.
barbecues.
At least I'm not going round all the time and trying to be over friendly with people.
No, you don't be over-friendly, just be a little bit friendly. Martin, the Tory poster on education typifies a trend in modern politics where aspiration is passed off as policy with passionate sincerity. They all tell us they want to do whatever they think we want them to do without saying how unemployment is a similar issue. Don't watch telly. I listen to the debates, and I, for one, thought Brown won all three, but that just means he said more than I wanted to hear. Yet to read tomorrow's Guardian, it's a great paper of debate and professional affairs, like the economics and the cartoons and financial viewpoint, but its political judgment is dire, says Dave, I think, from Brum. 08717 223344, if you want to give us a call. I've voted once in 36 years. I voted for Ted Heath when he gave the railway workers 22% pay rise. 36 years later, what can you offer? Says, no, well, it's not for me to offer anything, mate. That's Nigel in Cambridge. 81089 is the text number if you want to send us a text. Talksport.net if you want to email us. 08717 223344. 08717 223344 is the number if you want to give us a call.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
And a very good morning to you. It's 10 minutes to 3 o'clock. It's Talksport. It's Martin Kelner with Watko here live through till 6 a.m. this very morning. Now, I mentioned sex across the age divide, particularly the new phenomenon of the cougar. We're joined now by somebody who runs a website all about cougars. So if you're not familiar with the phenomenon, let's find out more about it. GoCougar.com is the website, and I'm joined now by Nafisa Sheikh from the website. Nafisa, good morning.
Hello, Martin.
Now, what exactly is a cougar for people who aren't aware of the phenomenon?
Martin, a cougar is an older woman who dates younger men. That's the simplistic version. She's actually someone who's very confident in herself, who's probably about 30 plus, and has had a lot of life experience, but she's probably past the age where she's been married. She probably doesn't want to have children, or she's already had children, and she's looking for something in her life which will give her excitement and stimulation, and she often finds that in a younger man, and because she's such a confident woman, she's able to go out there and hunt to get herself a cub.
So, you say 30 plus. What's the upper age limit of the cougar? I mean,
there isn't really.
So it could be any age.
Any age. There are women from 30 to 80. These are women who are able to take care of themselves. They look good. They spend a lot of time making themselves attractive for younger men.
Blimey, these 80-year-olds, they do much dating?
Surprisingly, there are a lot of men who are actually interested in dating older women. So, a woman who's maybe in her 50s or 60s would attract men who are 10 to 20 years younger than herself.
Right, and presumably this is quite a feminist thing, because in the past, you just got to look at people like Michael Douglas. We're conscious of the fact that older men do date younger women.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, that's the hypocrisy, really. Older men dating younger women, no one bats an eyelid. But when it's the reverse, there's a lot of interest, a lot of speculation, questions. Why on earth would a younger man be interested in an older woman? Could it be that she has money, that she can take care of him? Well, the answer is no. It's not as simple as that. Cougars may well have, they might be financially well off, but they're not actually looking to keep a man. They're not looking for a toy boy. There is a bit of a movement to get the cougar phenomenon well understood, because up to now, really, it's been quite misunderstood.
Yes, I noticed that on the TV show on Sky, Cougar Town, they're not having these 80-year-old women. It's Kim Cattrall and Courtney Cox, who, of course, any young man in the 20s would be quite happy to be approached by.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at dating sites like which are specifically for cougars, you'll find that there are women of all ages up there.
Is yours a dating? Your site's called GoCougar.com.
That's right.
Is it a dating site?
It's more than a dating site. It's more of a social networking site, and somewhere where someone who might be interested in this type of relationship, where they can actually go and get advice, support. Because there are a lot of members on the site who've been there a very long time. Right. Go Cougar's been running since 2001, so it is a very mature site, and the members are very active and very helpful.
You were ahead of the curve then in 2001, because it's a phenomenon that's just sort of, with the TV show and everything, becoming quite well known here. I mean, it's been known in the States for a while, hasn't it?
It has been. The cougar term is actually quite new, and certainly, it's only been very recent that it's been making headline news. But this kind of relationship has always been around. It's just that society has not really given it the recognition that it deserves.
I suppose one of the problems with a site like this, Nafisa, is that it can quite easily become kinky, fetishistic, that sort of thing, because there are a lot of, you said there are a lot of men who like older women.
Yeah.
There are men who like older women for a relationship, but there are men who like older women in a sort of fetishistic way, because if you look on the top shelf, you'll see lots of 50-plus, 60-plus, grannies, etc., etc.
Yes. And there is that. There are inevitably men who will come to this site thinking, older women, easy catch. I'm in there. I'm going to get sex out of these women. It's not the case. I think if that type of man comes to the site, he will be in for a bit of a shock, because with cougars, particularly on Go Cougar, they are actually looking for relationships. They're not looking for toy boys, and they're not looking just for sex. They're looking for relationships, and those relationships may not be long term, but nevertheless.
Because there's a problem with that sort of relationship. The problem with it is that your sort of range of cultural references are totally different. So, if she's, let's say it's a cougar who's 50, and then she's with some chap who's 25. And starts talking about the Beatles, or maybe the Beatles you'll have heard of, but if she starts talking about Motown or whatever, do you know what I mean? So different music, different films.
Well, that's what makes it very interesting. Yeah. Absolutely. It's stimulating for both parties. And what you might find interesting is that there are actually statistically more men than women on this site. Yeah. So there are actually, speaking in numbers, there are actually 4 times as many male members on the site as women.
Yes, nicely put. I have to say, when I was younger, I used to quite like older women and to go out with a few older women, but now, if I were to do that, I'd have to go to the old people's home. But there you go. We're none of us getting any younger. And I think it's good news. I think it's positive news that...
It is, because as I say, there's, you've got sugar daddies, you've got older men who left their wives, they pick up a younger woman, and it's perfectly acceptable to society. And why shouldn't it be the same for the older woman?
Okay, Nafisa, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM Talksport.
Fantastic stuff. Ramsey Lewis, Wade in the Water. No choice to do anything else, actually, in this weather at the moment. Absolutely shocking. And you can tell it's a bank holiday weekend. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport. Very good morning to you. 3 minutes past 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm here with Ian Watko Watkins, who's flown in all the way from Mansfield on the St Pancras Flyer. And your 100-watt light bulbs, lots and lots of reaction to that. 400 watt for £1. Where else? Says John on the M6. So clearly people want to get hold of them. Well, if you do, and you're sure it's illegal?
I'm not really sure whether it's. I'm mainly teasing there, but I know for a fact that due to these do-gooders with regards to the environment, they've decided to take them off the shelves. This happened.
So you don't believe
a good few months back now.
You don't believe in global warming, then?
What's a light bulb going to do? Come on.
I see lots of light bulbs. Anyway, if you want them, if you want the 100, if you want to destroy the planet, the same as Watko, all you need to do is get onto eBay. Thank you very much indeed, whoever. Somebody sent me a link, and apparently you can get all sorts of light bulbs on eBay. So there you go.
But the thing about that particular site is that I always get gazumped at the end. I always kind of like miss out. So, and now we've told everybody about the light bulb thing, that there's going to be more people after them, which is kind of concerning.
Okay, Mike, this one says, hi, I was on my way into, these people don't know, I could pretend to be Mike Graham, you see. Mike, I was on my way into work on the Western Way in Hereford when I saw two children playing with a sawn-off shotgun. I took it off them. It was loaded. What should I do with it? Can you ask the listeners from Mike in Hereford? I don't think you're being serious there.
Hand it in to the police. Simple.
Simples. Regarding fashion trends, do you wear trainers with a suit or a shirt and tie with tracksuit bottoms just to look cool? I think that you'd be an avant-garde type of guy with regards to fashion. No, I've never actually worn. I've never been accused of being fashionable ever, really. But although I did in the 1960s have a pair of what we used to call Chelsea boots in those days, with little boots about 2 or 3 inches up, sort of shorty boots, but with
kinky boots,
fairly kinky, with elastic sides and a chisel, a chisel toe.
You get all excited, almost knocked over your water there, talking about those boots. Have you got a fetish for boots?
No, I haven't got a fetish for boots, but in those days I had an argument with my mum because she wouldn't let me have them because I was only about, 13 at the time.
You see, it's that same argument over mobile phones or boots. Back then it was boots for you, now it's mobile phones for your daughter.
Yeah, you might be right. Hi, Martin. I like older women too, says David in Hertfordshire. However, as you know, time waits for no man, and I've now been given my bus pass, so the only way I can find an older female is to go over to the graveyard with my tin of Coke, splashing about over the tombstone and singing, "Come alive, you're in the Pepsi generation." It's not worked so far, but I live in Hope, which is just outside Watford. Godfrey Barwick says, hi Martin, the election is hitting new lows in tactics. How can a party that seems not destined to win promise something in the future and then accuse the opposing parties of wanting to cut it? How can a party get away with a stance of being strong on immigration with a point system when back in 2003 they issued 162,000 fast-track visas on a bogus IT skills shortage, etc. Anyway, so I take it, Godfrey, you won't be voting for the government. Never mind for the present government. Never mind the Cougars. Is there a site for dilapidated old lions? Says Ted the trucker. 08717 223344. Let me go through what we're talking about this morning, and we'd be thrilled to get your calls. Yes, we are talking about intergenerational sex. If you've got a view on that, we're also talking about neighbours. Apparently, people are prepared to pay an extra £3,100 a year for a home with good neighbours. Bradford, the most neighbourly place in Britain in terms of consideration, tolerance, friendliness, tidiness and vigilance. Glasgow, Swansea, Bristol, Manchester and Sheffield not far behind. But the worst place in the world is Stockport. Everybody hates their neighbours in Stockport. So give us a call if you live in Stockport and you've got fine neighbours, or maybe if you live in Stockport and you can confirm this. Just if you live in Stockport, give us a call. Are you familiar with Stockport?
Not really.
Not dissimilar to Mansfield, to be honest. It's probably slightly smaller than Mansfield, I think. Stockport does have a league football team, though, which Mansfield doesn't.
Okay, yeah.
And Stockport also has a mainline railway station, which Mansfield doesn't use on a branch line.
You're being a little bit down on the town where I'm from, there, Martin.
Well,
so I just want you to back off a little bit, all right?
I'm just giving you facts. 08717. In fact, we've got a caller who calls us from Mansfield, Dave, who's not called us tonight. But
yeah, I've heard him, and he isn't the normal.
He's not typical Mansfield.
Typical Mansfield guy. So please, enough now.
Okay, 08717 223344. Text 81089. Email via the website talksport.net. Dave in Prestwich says they don't like it, Martin. They don't like it at all. Schnorrers, he says, posted. Thank you for that, Dave. Godfrey says, did anyone else but me hear Mr. Brown say to Mrs. Duffy that he had all the recovery mapped out? If this is true, why didn't he tell the rest of us? And this one says, older women ask Poppet in Cambridge. I don't understand that one. And Stan here says, I heard about your discussion on cross-generation relationships. I'm male, 23, and my partner is a 76-year-old lady. I don't believe a word of this.
Hang on, but the definition of a cougar, according to today's Daily Mail, is as follows. A cougar is a woman of 35 years or older who pursues men at least 8 years younger than her. Just 8 years younger. The name apparently came to prominence in 2007, although I think it'd been knocking around for longer than this. A film called Cougar Club, which isn't what you think, Martin, before you start going down that line. It was actually about...
I thought Cougar Club was a new chocolate biscuit, but go on.
In which divorced pals are hunted in packs for young blood. I've never spoken to a real-life cougar.
Well, now
I've seen pictures of them, but I haven't, I've never spoken to a real-life cougar.
Because it causes confusion. In the north of England, or certainly in Yorkshire, cougars are rugby league players. It's Keighley Cougars. That's what they are, the Keighley Cougars. They're a rugby league club. And I was talking to this mate of mine about the Keighley Cougars, saying that there could be confusion there. It might be like the WWF. Remember when the Wrestling Federation, WWF, changed its name to the WWE because they were getting confused with the World Wildlife Fund, which is also the WWF. And I thought Keighley Cougars, there might be confusion, but my mate reckoned what they ought to do is embrace the concept, the Keighley Cougars, and only have 50-year-old cheerleaders. And these sort of aging women cheerleaders would stand on the pitch, and the academy team would be paraded in front of them, and they would more or less have their pick. It'd be like being in a sweet shop. Which is an idea. 08717 223344. Let's hear about Stockport from Rachel. Hello, Rachel.
Hello.
Are you from Stockport?
I am. I'm born and bred. I've lived in Stockport for 42 years, and I'm very proud.
Good for you. I went to the Isoldo Cinema in Stockport once, right at the top of the hill there. It's not a cinema anymore, is it?
No, it's an office block now. They knocked it down and built an ugly office block, but yes, it's still
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you the film I went to see in the Isoldo in Stockport was a film called Carnal Knowledge. Which,
right.
Do you remember that, with Jack Nicholson, Art Garfunkel, and Anne Margaret? And there's a scene in that film, quite shocking for its day, when Jack Nicholson uses the C word, the worst swear word ever.
Oh, no, that's not nice. No,
not nice at all. Talking to Anne Margaret. But basically what happened was I went to see this film with a mate of mine at the Isoldo in Stockport, and it was in the afternoon, and there was like two other people in the cinema, which is a sort of a slightly older married couple. And they, in the early part of the film, there's some swearing, like goddamn, he says, or it's mild swear, what they call these days mild expletives, in the early part of the film. And and I'd seen the film before, so I knew that the C word was coming. And when these mild expletives were used, this married couple, the woman, turned to her husband and went, oh, like that, and sort of moaned. And I said to my mate, I bet you £5 she walks out when the C word... And she did, and I won my five quid there. But
you'd probably only find two people in the cinema in Stockport nowadays.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be any different.
No, well, have you got a cinema down in Mersey Square? Is there a cinema there now?
No, there's a big multiplex in Grand Central, which is opposite where that cinema used to be. So, but it's a nice place. It's
I like Stockport. I think Stockport's nice. I mean, for a small... My sister lives in Bramhall in Cheshire. Or she actually moved to Cheadle-Hulme recently, but...
Well, Stockport is actually officially Cheshire.
It is, I know.
It is. They put us into Greater Manchester, but we don't like it. So it's actually Stockport, Cheshire is the postcode.
Rachel, what are your neighbours like?
My neighbours are fantastic. I did have horrible neighbours for about 10 years, and they were awful. Luckily, they moved, but my neighbours now are fantastic. So good that we went to France with them last year, and we regularly have barbecues and everything. Not so much of the community spirit as there was a few years ago. I've lived in my house for 22 years, so I've lived about half a mile from the centre of Stockport all that time, but it is a great place. It's nice.
Well, I like Stockport. I'm just these surveys, they come out every week, don't they? Which says which is the worst place, which is the most boring place. So I think it's Codswallop, really. Did you ever used to listen to KFM, the radio station in Stockport? Yes. Well, because I used to go and record stuff there with Caroline Ahern. We used to do an item on a show I was doing in Manchester where she played Mrs. Merton, and she first started doing it there, and Craig Cash was there on that station as well.
Well, my husband went to the same school as Craig Cash. He was a year above him, but he went to the same school as him, which was just outside Stockport.
Great show he does, that Early Doors. I really enjoyed that.
We have that on DVD. We have to listen, watch it regularly.
All right, Rachel, thanks for your call.
Okay,
all the best to you. There we are, in favour of Stockport. It's really, these surveys that always say that, Grantham is the most boring town in Britain, or Hull is the worst town in Britain, or Mansfield often as well, isn't it?
Well, there used to be something called Crap Towns, wasn't there? A website and a book and all kinds of things that went along with that, and I know that Mansfield had come in the top 10 a few times, and other places, but the thing is, I don't want to sound all namby-pamby on you, but there are bad people and good people living everywhere in this country.
The Reverend Ian Watkins there, with Thought for the Day. Hi, I heard of... I'm male, 23. My partner is a 76-year-old lady, I don't believe you. Her favourites are Al Bowley, George Elric, and Ronnie Ronald. He used to whistle, Ronnie Ronald. He used to do bird sounds like that. So I've learned a huge amount about our showbiz heritage. She's also a Dowager Duchess and owns a huge country estate. A huge country estate. So I nearly did a Nicky Campbell then. Yeah. I'm sure the future will be very rewarding. Thank you for that, Stan Worrell. Now this is an interesting thought from K Messiah, who says, everybody needs good neighbours. With a little understanding, you can find the perfect blend. Neighbours should be there for one another. That's when good neighbours become good friends. What a fine thought that is. Has he just thought of this? Neighbours should be there for one another. That's when good neighbours become good friends.
Well, don't take it too far. The friends thing, I don't think you should be friends with your neighbours.
No, well, you see...
I don't think you should be.
Oh, nonsense. Rachel was friends with her neighbours and has barbecues with her neighbours and everything. And
taking it too far.
No, it's not. And that seemed to be the way to go. Hi, Martin. What is an 8-track? Sorry if that makes you feel old. Sexy voice, by the way. That's Mark in Birmingham. So not exactly what I'm looking for, Mark, but it's a nice thought nonetheless. 08717 223344. On the more serious issues that we're talking about, or have been talking about this morning, schools, what is going on in our schools? We've all seen the case of Peter Harvey, the Mansfield school teacher who hit the kid over the head with the dumbbell. Kids were goading him so they could film him on their mobile phones. Absolutely horrendous scene there. Mobile phones and cameras should now be banned in the classroom according to the NASUWT. Why weren't they already? Why do kids need a mobile phone in the classroom? So we're talking about the morale of teachers, which must be, in view of this, which admittedly is an extreme case, must be as low as it could possibly be. What's the solution? David Cameron's come on this week and said, well, we're going to reinstill discipline in schools. How? They can't bring back corporal punishment. How are they going to reinstill discipline in schools? Smaller class size, I think, would help. What's the solution? 08717 223344. Newspapers, The Guardian has come out in support of the Lib Dems. They say if they had a vote, they'd cast it enthusiastically in favour favour of the Lib Dems. The Times has come out for the Tories. Does anybody care which newspaper endorses which party? Are you influenced in any way whatsoever? I know in the past newspapers have claimed to have won elections. The Sun, it was the Sun what won it. Do you remember that famous headline when they spoofed Neil Kinnock? They put his head in a light bulb. Will the last person out of Britain turn the lights out? 08717 223344. We will talk before the end of the show to a body language expert who will try and see what the leaders of the parties are telling us through their body language, through their invisible signals that they're giving us. 08717 223344 is the number to call. And we're also talking about intergenerational sex. I'd like to hear from you if there's a substantial age difference between yourself and your partner, or if you are particularly attracted to older women if you're a man, and to younger men if you're a woman. 08717 223344.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Well, good morning to you. It's 21 minutes past 3 o'clock. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport through till 6 o'clock in the morning. I was just looking at my Facebook page to do some of the messages on there. Jen Wake sends me one. She says, the school where I work was criticised by Ofsted for, quotes, too much paperwork. Where does half the bloody paperwork come from? I'm quoting here. Ofsted. And Mark John says, I'll switch stations to listen to you, bless you. He says, although I do listen to TalkSport, especially H&J, please deliver a searing polemic about how stupid David Sullivan's vocal ejaculations are, which he wildly sprays into the face of a news and vitamin E deprived media. Yes, well, I think I get your point there. David Sullivan, who came into West Ham with David Gold and started telling all the players, you know, you're all rubbish, he said, basically. And it was a self-fulfilling prophecy because they started playing rubbish after that. However, they have they've survived. So that's the main thing. I'm just reading this one. That's a bit of a private one there. Vernon Hatton says, the only schools-related stuff I have is that a couple of weeks ago, one of the rather posh ladies in our office asked, when do the state schools go back? Quick as a flash, one of the guys said, we just call them schools. Because they always get an extra week, don't they, the private schools. 08717 223344. Patrick's on the line from Derry. Patrick, good morning to you.
Good morning, Martin.
What would you like to say?
Martin, I said this before. If people are persistently disruptive, the right to be educated at taxpayers' expense should be taken off them. And they see if they were sent home and told that their parents would have to pay for their education from now on, and they're asked why. Oh, I nearly drove my teacher to suicide. They would soon think twice about acting a candy man at school.
Yeah.
14-year-olds aren't children anymore. They're young adults, and they know what they're doing.
I think you've got a good point. I think there has to be some sort of sanctions. I don't know whether what you suggest is the right way to go, but there has to be some form of sanctions. You can't bring back corporal punishment. Everybody says, "Oh, corporal punishment." You can't. You're contravening several European laws if you do that. But you can. There's got to be other sanctions, and it has to be a much tougher regime. Sorry, go on. What were you going to say?
Sorry, Martin. There's got to be something to protect teachers from ignorant gulpins, because a lot of, if your parents had to pay for your education and you were sent home and told, Mum, I got through out of school because I was acting a smart aleck, you'd soon think twice about it. You would.
You would indeed. Patrick, thank you for your call.
Right, thank you.
08717 223344 81089. If you want to text us, talksport.net is the website. Some more of the stuff that have you got a shed, Watko?
I live in a flat, so I've not actually got a garden, so I can't have a shed. I'd like to have a shed. That's one of my dreams in life.
I think we all dream of having a shed. I haven't got a shed either. According to a survey done by Cuprinol, who obviously responsible for David Dickinson's face, amongst other things, Cuprinol tell us that men spend almost a year of their life pottering around in their shed. According to a study. The average man will retreat there for 3 hours and 20 minutes a week. Fellas, what are you doing in your sheds? It's equal to 11 months between the ages of 30 and 76, so you lose almost a full year of your life in your shed, but you do need a bolt hole, I think, especially if you're a family man like myself. You need somewhere to, because I've got, my sort of office is very open, where I work, and, what I call work, but, you need your own space, and I haven't got a shed. I'd love to have a shed.
Sheds, nowadays, they do a lot of upgrades on them. You know, you'd upgrade a car with various different spoilers and maybe those fluorescent lights underneath the bottom. Not that you would put those on a shed, but you can have lots of other things inside a shed. So, for example, I know somebody who's got Sky Telly plumbed into his shed. I know somebody who's got a bar in his shed. I know somebody who's got a really comfy chair in his shed with a fantastic heater, does a bit of reading in his shed, does a bit of painting in his shed. So I guess it's all about what you do with your shed with regards to how long you spend in it. But,
ladies and gentlemen, phone in. Well, not ladies and gentlemen, phone in. Give us your experience, your shed stories.
I think that ladies spend time in sheds as well, you know.
Do you think so?
With the men.
I've never seen a woman in a shed.
Well, I think you're being a bit sexist there, Martin, because I think that there will be a few women out there that do enjoy spending time in the shed.
All right, if you've got a shed and you're a woman, tell me what you do in the shed. Another story that I noticed this week was that they're thinking of charging Japanese people to go to the Lake District. This is according to the Daily Telegraph. They've become as much a feature of the Lake District as plunging fells, sudden downpours and Kendal mint cake. Have you ever had Kendal mint cake? What is the point? It's so sweet. It's like... It's automatic tooth shortener. It's just so sweet, Kendal mint cake.
I think it's isn't it supposed to be something to keep you going? That's what's in in every sort of soldier's kit bag. There's a bit of that in there. And if you're going to walk to the South Pole, you're going to need some of that stuff.
Okay, but anyway, it says Kendal mint cake, blah, blah, blah. But the 35,000 Japanese tourists who descend on the national park, the Lake District, each year are taking a hefty toll on the local environment. Officials are now singling out the Japanese for a £5 surcharge for visiting the area. Because they love it. They like to have their pictures taken. Obviously, the Japanese take pictures everywhere. They like to go back to the Far East with pictures of Beatrix Potter's place and the home of Peter Rabbit and all that. The fee will be applied only to tours booked through Japanese operators. But I think some sort of a charge on tourists in London would be well worthwhile, because the French school kids absolutely blocking the streets. I was trying to walk down to Aldwych, just near Westminster Waterloo Bridge, and I couldn't get along the pavement simply because it was blocked with French school kids.
Are you suggesting that everybody who comes into the country should pay a sort of charge to be here, or should be charged at toll booths when they arrive?
I think when these French, not everybody, just the French, really.
Just the French. Yeah.
I think when the French...
Good idea.
Yeah, when the French school parties book their tour to London, there ought to be some sort of an extra charge, some sort of a poll tax on French tourists, mainly in London, because they do. Also, Scandinavian hikers who go on the tube with massive backpacks, huge rucksacks. I think you could charge them a little bit more.
Anybody else to put on this list that I'm writing for you here?
Yeah, I'll see who else you can put on the list. In fact, you can include all these in the manifesto.
Okay.
Next election.
The Kelner party.
Yeah. The other thing is, people who wheel those big cases along these streets, they should be charged £5.
But I'm guessing that some of those are actually British.
Oh yeah, I'm not being racist about this. All sorts of nationalities.
The wheeling people.
Now, Godfrey says, Dear Martin, all those who hanker for a hung parliament, not concerned about the Scottish nationalist threat to make the English dance to music of the Scottish jig. Godfrey's got a thing about the Scots, I think. The Welsh nationalists and the Irish loyalists have also threatened to exploit England's crisis, even though they've already been massively overfunded for 30 years. All the oil tax revenues have been squandered on a socialist fool's paradise in the fringe countries. I think you'll find they're not fringe countries, they're actual nations. Three dependencies in every sense of the word. Time to end the anti-nationalist buy-off, says Godfrey. Yep. Jim in Coventry says, Martin, I have a great idea which may boost the number of listeners to your programme. Stop yapping so much and give callers more of a say. We ain't got a caller at the moment. If you want to give us a call, Jim, we'll put you on. 08717 22 3344. We did get a caller wanting a bit more of Roy D. Mercer, who we played last week. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a bit of a break, and then we're going to play one of Roy D. Mercer's phone calls. Give us a call, though, if you want to be on yourself with your own phone call, 08717 223344. You can text 81089, or you can email us via the website at talksport.net.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
It's 27 minutes to 4 o'clock in the morning. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport with Watko. You may have seen that John Lennon's handwritten lyrics to A Day in the Life, the final track, of course, on the Sgt. Pepper album, and considered one of the Beatles' greatest songs, was going under the hammer at Sotheby's in New York. It's expected to fetch between $500,000 and $700,000 for these, but he's misspelt it, and he's written film instead of film. He's written flim, F-L-I-M. The Guardian's headline on this story was, "I saw a flim today, oh boy," which is brilliant. The lyrics also provide a glimpse into John Lennon's working methods, and what he'd done is he'd written some of the song, and then he just put a little gap, said Paul McCartney would insert the more upbeat stuff here. So this will just Paul will put something in here, Paul, and that's how he worked it, which is amazing. Another story I saw was that laughter is now officially the best medicine. I'll have a look at that in more detail shortly. But as laughter is a good medicine, according to somebody or other, doctors or researchers, and they did say it's better than something else that reduces stress levels. I'll try and be less vague about that story in a moment. But this will give you a laugh, basically, is what I'm saying. It's Roy D. Mercer, who's the guy who is a bit of a redneck, who appears, or he plays a redneck character, who appears on Bob and Tom's syndicated breakfast show in the United States. And this is Roy D. Mercer and Dead Goat.
This is Terry.
Terry, listen, my name is Roy Mercer. I understand you're a photographer here in Durant.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I got a kind of a situation I was wondering if you could help me out with. I got my boy Raymond is in the FFA, and he had a goat that he raised. We called it General Custer because, you know, he had that little goatee there. And Custer, and he won a pretty pet contest. But I need to get that goat's picture took. We need a picture before we can win the contest outright.
Uh-huh.
But the bad part about it is, Terry, that General Custer passed away last night.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was... So
you want to take a picture of your goat dead?
Well, I don't want him to look dead is the thing.
Okay.
But it ain't funny. It's a family pet, kind of, and my boy, you know, he's all tore up about it because we got about $500 first prize and some kitchen appliances coming to, you know, won this thing. But I was wondering, he's starting to stiffen up a little bit. We throwed him, well, it ain't funny. We throwed him over the clothesline pole last night so his legs would hang straight down. So when it stiffed up, then he'd just be standing. Would that be all right?
I don't think I could make him look living. That's the problem.
Well, what would it... Because I've been brushing his fur out a little bit and tried to floof it up a little bit. Could you maybe do something with his eyes? Because they kind of glazed over, and maybe brighten them up a little bit. Or could you enhance it? I don't know. Do you touch him up there in the studio? I don't know how something like that.
I don't think I could do that.
You couldn't do that?
No.
Well, by God. I just need a picture took of it, and it really needs to be professionally done. I'm afraid I might not make it. I got a camera around here, and I'm afraid I might not make him look alive. And he needs to kind of, you know, have that live, you know, that glow in his eye.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It'd help.
When can you bring that goat down?
Well, you going to be there all day?
Let's see. Let me get back over to the day.
You might want me to bring him in after hours because he's beginning to smell a mite. It ain't funny. It really ain't funny.
I don't have any time, so...
Time's running out, and if I don't win that prize, it might just boil down to somebody getting a dadgum ass whooped. It ain't funny. How big a boy are you?
Okay, now who is this?
Roy Mercer.
Yeah.
You use both eyes to look through that lens or just one? Because that's all you're going to have left after I come down there. It ain't funny. I want an 8 by... How much would it cost me to get an 8 by 10? Maybe I should bend one of the goat's legs up where he looks like he's kind of running.
There you go.
Maybe jumping over a log or something like that.
Jumping over a fence.
Yeah. You ready for an ass whooping? Because I need that $500 and a blender and a toaster oven and... Think of one of them Cuisinarts.
You're not helping the situation by telling me to whoop my ass.
Well, you ain't helping me because you tell me you ain't going to take a picture of my damn goat.
Well...
Your business is that good? You can just afford to just throw it off?
Well, I don't have to listen to people tell me they're going to whoop my ass.
Well, then, if you just be reasonable about it, I'd come down there and bring a goat in, and it wouldn't take you 5 minutes.
Well, I think I'm going to have to pass on the job, sir.
Well, I guarantee if you do that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down there and whoop your ass, and then I'm going to take that dadgum dead goat up to Tulsi, and I heard there's a photographer up there, Kathy Sue and Randy, that would, by God, take a picture of any dead animal I had, maybe even you.
Now, you better watch it because Kathy Sue would whoop your ass.
Terry, you were beginning to get a little pissed off. I can tell.
I thought we had your goat.
Who is this?
This is Phil and Brent. How you doing, Terry?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah? You ever get unusual requests like that for pictures?
Actually, yeah. You know, you weren't that... you have to understand, I'm in southern Oklahoma.
Well, I know where Durant is.
This is just everyday, work.
So what dead animals have you took pictures of?
Took one picture of a dead person.
Dead person?
Yeah,
oh, my
I had
God.
to go down to the funeral home, and it was a real easy job. She didn't move or anything.
There we go, that's Roy D. I don't like the reveal bit at the end. I usually cut the reveal bit off, so apologies for that, because this always gets a bit cheesy when they do that. 08717 223344 is the number to call. So you're staying at the Travel Lodge, Watko?
Yes, I'm loving it.
You're not?
I am. I think it's great.
All right, fair enough. Premier Inn is doing very well. Premier Inn is the one that Lenny Henry stays in. Now that Dawn French has kicked him out. But apparently they've been attracting lots of holidaymakers with rooms from £29. Whitbread owns Premier Inn. They also own Costa Coffee. Their profits surged 60%. They reported a 7% rise in this is the whole firm, but Costa Coffee has made him a load of money, Whitbread, and also the Premier Inn. Those are the two big money earners for Whitbread. And it just shows you, if you charge £2.50 for a cup of coffee, you'll make big profits. Alan.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. You're on the M5.
I'm on the way to Coventry, yes, from Devon.
Excellent. So but you're parked up, obviously, at the moment.
Yes.
Good. So you wanted to talk, give us a bit of an economics lesson.
Well, no, it wasn't that. I've been listening to Talksport since it was Talk Radio.
Right.
And since Mike Dickie days, good old Mike, and even since Caesar, if you remember when Caesar was on.
Caesar the Geezer. Yeah, I wasn't a great fan, to be honest. I did like Mike Dickin. I thought was brilliant.
Well, he's a legend, wasn't he?
He was a legend, and he was so dyspeptic. He was...
Good choice of words, yeah.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? And he would... I could never get myself as angry as he could get over virtually anything. And, of course, a big fan of James Whale, who I used to work with years ago as well.
Agree.
So been some good ones.
Well, the reason I've rang, I've been on the road about an hour and a half, I think. But being this time of day, I keep falling asleep, so I keep stopping.
Right.
I heard you say, 20 minutes ago, that no one was on air?
No one was on air?
On air. There's no callers.
Oh, yeah, there wasn't any callers, no. I mean, no, it's just that I get this idiotic text saying, why do you keep yapping? Well, if anybody can tell me what I ought to do if there's nobody phoning it, because it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4:45 in the morning. If there's nobody, say, why yap, yap, yap? Well, yeah, of course it's yap, yap, yap. You know, we're not being, if people would listen, they'd know we're not being that selective. We're not saying, well, we're only going to have the really, really, really good callers, because you only got to listen to the radio to know we're not doing that. If, people call up, you get on it. And bless you for calling, Alan.
Well, may I make a comment about that? In my opinion, people rarely mean what they say and say what they mean. And people who say you're yapping, to me, they just daren't ring in, simple as that.
Yeah, well, precisely.
So that's it. Yeah, I've been, all this government, this voting fever that's going around.
The what's going around?
Voting fever. People are not sure who to vote for and so forth.
Oh, right, yeah.
Can we talk about that or not?
Yeah, of course you can talk about what you like.
Well, you can't.
Well, no, I can't talk about specific constituencies. What I can't do is, if a candidate is mentioned for a constituency, if I were to do that, I'd have to mention all the other candidates. I can't do that. But in general terms, I can talk about the election, yeah. Well, I certainly can't endorse a particular party.
Well, no, I wouldn't endorse one myself. Well, briefly, I'm ex-Royal Air Force, and I'm 58 now. Right. And I've had some illness, serious depression and so forth, and 2 marriages. And I want to be an MP, and I want to ask your advice about this, because my partner and I are moving to Wales, hopefully.
Yeah.
And, she's got money, I've had money and spent it. And we found a farmhouse with 10 acres, and it's been reduced by £100,000.
Yeah.
So, how does one become an MP?
Well, now, according to Elliot, are you sure about that, Elliot? Elliot tells me that you can't be an MP if you've had mental health issues.
What, depression?
Depression, are you saying that? I don't...
Well, it is a mental health issue. In my opinion, 1 in 4 people have mental health issues, don't they?
Well, they do, according to everything you read in the newspaper.
And those that haven't got mental health issues, with respect, they probably have, but not recognised by the system.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, anyway.
Well, it's interesting. To be honest, I don't know. Elliot is saying that you couldn't be an MP.
Right, well, that saved me a lot of work then.
So, saved you loads of work. Brilliant. You can, rest up there on the M5 and not have to worry about the problems of the nation.
Well, that's why I got depression, because I worry. Because I used to be very proud to be British, and I'm not any longer.
No. Well, there's not. I'm proud to be British, to be honest. I still think that I am proud to be British. I still think that we have about the most tolerant society in Europe, possibly the world. All right.
Tolerant.
Yeah, I think people are very tolerant in this country, comparatively. Compared to.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, compared to France, for instance. I don't keep on knocking the French, but I find the French very racist compared to us.
Yeah, I agree.
I think also in America, I agree. So I would say, by and large, I'm quite proud. When you look at British history, and the people that have come here from abroad. My grandparents came over here from Eastern Europe and everything, and all right, they found a lot of prejudice at first, but eventually built themselves a decent life here. And I think that the British tend to be tolerant if people will pitch in and make the most of things.
I'll run with that. What about the Spanish? Because my father was fluent in Spanish, and I like Spain.
Yeah, well, I like Spain as well. I do find Spanish people are, mind you, economically they're suffering at the moment. They're worse.
They are, but I've noticed. I was in Spain last February with the prison officer and his sister and an expat community, and I speak a little Spanish, and they said, "Don't speak Spanish, let them speak English." Well, how arrogant is that?
Oh, you think the Spanish are arrogant?
No, how arrogant is it for a Brit to say, "Don't speak Spanish, let them speak English"?
Right. Let them speak, yeah, it is arrogant, you're right. But that's expats for you.
Well, this wasn't an expat, he was a prison officer.
Oh, was he? Right.
But anyway, but this, as regards the election, I mean, I'm in a turmoil as to vote for, because I've always been working class and think of socialism, and then I think of conservatives once you get up the ladder, say, in business. And, it's not rocket science, is it, when you start looking at a class structure, which doesn't exist anymore, I know, but the parties tend to stand for different classes, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, well, I shall leave it to you to make your decision, Alan, and not try and influence you any way whatsoever,
Well, no, you won't.
I'm not allowed to do that.
I know you're not. But I just think people in turmoil as to who to vote for.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, maybe people will be, those of you who are in turmoil will be helped by the newspapers. Like I say, The Guardian has come out for the Lib Dems, The Times has come out for the Conservatives. The Daily Mirror, I think, is the last friend in Fleet Street, or what used to be Fleet Street, that the Labour Party's got, I think I'm right in saying. We got a Daily Mirror here somewhere? No, I've got a Daily Mirror here.
So do you think the papers act as spin to the individual parties?
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
To an extent. I can't find the Mirror now, but you were telling me, Watko, the Mirror have come out in support of Gordon Brown, yeah?
Well, they seem to be the only paper that's still supporting Labour.
Alan, thanks for your call.
Well, may I just give you my opinion?
Yes.
Labour's been in power for a long, long time, and I was a mature student at university in 95, and Tony Blair got in. Was it 95, 96? I'm not sure. 96.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, to me, he's gone from Labour to which was New Labour, obviously.
Yeah. I think it was 97, wasn't it? I think it was 97, yeah.
Okay, but to me, he was a partial Conservative, if not even more so. And then, of course, Gordon Brown got as Prime Minister. But all this mess the country's in, I don't think we should blame Gordon Brown. And I think he should be given a second chance. That's my opinion.
Okay.
If you've got it wrong, you should put it right.
Alan, thanks for your call. Don't drive if you're going to fall asleep, though.
No, I've had 2 cups of tea, so
yeah, I was going to say, have a couple of cups of tea so you can keep going. But thank you. I think we've all been in that experience late at night where we've been going down the motorway and felt yourself just falling asleep, done that, and it's so frightening when you suddenly, oh, God, blimey, I dropped off for a second then. So it is best, I always used to stop in those circumstances. But, of course, if you pull into the hard shoulder, they'll pull you up, won't they? The police will come.
Have you noticed that some service stations actually charge you to stay at the station for, like, over an hour, 2 hours?
2 hours,
what? But then there's obviously got the sign saying that tiredness kills.
Yeah.
It's not right.
It's not actually tiredness that kills, it's driving while tired. Tiredness itself doesn't kill you.
Well, let's change those signs.
I think we ought to. Pauline is in Sutton and I believe has a shed.
I have. It isn't just men who spend the time there. I love to do my watercolour paintings. I do creative writing in
Well,
there.
tell me about your shed. What is it like?
Oh, it's full of loads of stuff, all pots and things. I plant me seasonal gardening in there, or do seeds.
Is it a wooden shed, Pauline?
Pardon?
Is it a wooden shed?
Yeah.
Have you got electric in there, lights and things?
No, I do it more in the day until it gets sort
right. So it's like
dark. I've never done it that grand, but I do sketches of how I plan the gardens seasonal, because I like sculpture plants, shrubs, and then...
Is it like... So it's a fairly primitive shed?
Yeah, but it's got nice seats in there and shelves and stuff, and like pottering about, and you can think better, away from all the distractions.
Well, maybe you can cast some light on this, Pauline. This is in a night when we've had a lot of wacky texts. This may be the wackiest. It says, "Why is a shed called a shed?" So you don't know, do you?
I don't know. I suppose it means something to do a shack thing, and a shed thing used to be like lean-tos, didn't they? Years ago.
You might be right there.
And it's just sort of a small enclosure, I think. But also, you know about the Lake District?
Oh, yeah.
Now, I can vouchsafe for that, because, like my sister and them, they live in Harrogate. I lived up near there up to a few years ago, and I've been to Bowness on Windermere many a time. And I said to my sister, it seems to be full of Japanese tourists. She said, oh, it's well known round here. This was only 2 or 3 years ago. And they were trying to feed the Arctic terns. You know, they all go there, don't they?
Yeah.
In the summer. Well, when I went, a few bits of bread stuff, they left then, and they all crowded round me, and they couldn't make it out, because I have a way with sort of birds, animals, the way I talk and do things and that, and they all come crowding round me, and they wouldn't leave me alone. They so wanted them to be near them.
Was it the birds that crowded round you?
Yeah, I've got all the photographs of it, and they were wondering.
I thought for a minute you meant all the Japanese crowded round you.
No, the birds, and I'm sort of the way because I love animals, the way I talk and approach them, and they couldn't understand. There was about 40 or 50 of them all came to me. And I've got the photos of them.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah, I have a way with animals and birds. Do this sort of whisper talk.
Ah, right. Like, well, there's a guy who's a rabbit whisperer. Did you see that this week?
No, I didn't see
Oh, well,
that.
I'll just get... I've got the story here. So if you hold on... I don't find any of my things there today. I don't know why it is. I've lost the damn thing. But there was a guy who was... oh, here we go. Here we go. When an unruly pet rabbit turns from Bugs Bunny into a thug bunny, then Cliff Penrose is the man to call. The 60-year-old animal hypnotist claims to be the country's first rabbit whisperer, treating bunnies with behavioural problems and those scared of the vet. He says he's able to hypnotise the animals by massaging certain parts of their body. How did he discover that he could do this? What was he doing at the time when he discovered that he could hypnotise animals by massaging certain parts of their body, such as the belly, apparently, which relaxes a rabbit. So,
I had a cat given a few years ago, and it was wild. And by doing the talking and with your fingers gesture, it's one of the most placid cats you could have now. Nearly 12, black, and that, and I think it's Persian, not the long-haired sort.
No.
Vet said, and loving, quiet, calm, and the way that you train them. Oh yeah, I can train them. People say what a big difference.
Okay.
I can sort of calm them.
Pauline, bless you for your call. We've moved a little way away from sheds. But yeah, your shed experiences are welcome here. I just shut the shed door and play some darts from Mick Eagles.
I once played darts inside a shed when I was a kid, and I threw the darts at the board and it hit the rim, and the dart hit my friend in the leg and embedded itself. And he sort of ran off home.
There's no punchline to this story.
No,
so
it was
I'm sensing here.
Well, basically, I'm just letting out that moment.
Good. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. That takes us very nicely into an advertising break. 08717 223344.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
Well, now I can enlighten you on what Elliot was saying about MPs with mental health problems, or the fact that you can't be an MP if you've got mental health problems. MPs forced to hide mental health problems is the headline on this report here. A new report published, well, this is a while ago, a couple of years ago, by the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Mental Health, with support from the Royal College of Psychiatrists and the mental health charities Mind, Rethink and Stand, shows that 1 in 5 MPs surveyed has experienced a mental health problem, but fears disclosing this because of the stigma and discrimination associated with mental health problems. Basically, what it says is it's a big report, but the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Mental Health's recommendations include the urgent need to repeal laws that prevent people with experience of mental health problems from standing for Parliament. So, my apologies, Elliot. He was absolutely spot on and right about that, which is bad news for our friend on the M5. He'll have to find something else to spend his partner's money on. 08717. But apart from that, I think if you haven't had, if you fall into all the right categories, you haven't been in trouble with the law, I think is another one, isn't it?
I don't know whether I'd want to do that job, because at the moment you're under big scrutiny anyway.
Well, yeah, I would have liked to have done it a few years ago when you could fiddle all your expenses.
But you can't say that.
No.
You would have been an upstanding...
Well, of course I would. Hi, guys. Firstly, The Guardian says it is now to support the Lib Dems. That's strange. They said that 1 week before the 2005 election. Coincidence? Watch out for those full-page ads now at a nice reduced rate for 4 days next week. I don't quite understand the point there, Jeff in Pimlico. He says, as to 100-watt light bulbs, yes, it is illegal to sell them now, but don't worry, it's okay for some. Thousands can be got free from the embankment in Albert Bridge. It's a little bit of a tip for you there.
I'm off down there after the show.
There's a great song by Australian singer John Williams. All Australian boys need a shed. Google him. It sums up men and their sheds perfectly, says Joan in Manchester. So I'll have a look for that. John Williams, not the John Williams who did all the film music, or the John Williams who's the guitarist.
Do you think ladies would get shed envy?
Could happen. Could happen.
Potentially, you know, sort of wishing that they could spend time in the shed with their husband.
Yeah.
And potentially burn down the shed while the husband's at work.
Right, this is from K2, potentially. From K2, trucking through France. Hi Martin, don't think I caught the phone number. Please would you repeat it for me? Now, is he being sarcastic, do you think, there, or do you think it's serious? I'll do it, God, anyway. 08717 223344. 08717 223344. And I'm surprised you don't know that a recent survey showed that men prefer sheds, women prefer greenhouses. Men going into sheds was caused by Virginia Woolf's A Room of Your Own. That's another one from Professor Brainstorm. Check out the Cougar Facebook page. This has to be a hoax. Says this text here. There's only one thing an older woman would want from a younger man: to tell her false teeth are back in straight. Their ancestors will be turning in their graves. Faithfully, WJ. 08717 223344.
On DAB digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Good morning to you. It's 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. You're tuned to Talk Sport. It's Martin Kelner with you through till 6 with Ian Watko Watkins. And let's look at this morning's newspapers. The Daily Telegraph, their lead this morning. I've paid a very high price. That's a quote from Gordon Brown. Brown admits that he's damaged by his bigot gaffe, Bigotgate as it's being called, but vows to fight on until the end. Interesting, Watko, to see the pictures of Tony Blair. Most of the papers seem to have chosen pictures of him that makes him look older than he is. But you reckon he's aged horribly in the last sort of 5 years or so?
Dramatically. I saw a picture of him on the Evening Standard yesterday evening, and I was shocked. And then I saw today's papers. He's in a lot of them, because he's sort of like been pushed forward. He's suddenly arrived again, hasn't he? And yeah, he looks really, really old. And it's what is it, only just a few years since he was in the limelight. What's he been up to? Well,
he's been in the sun a lot, hasn't he? He goes to Barbados a bit. I think he's been staying with Cliff Richard out there.
You'd think that would preserve him, not
Well, no, you say that. I mean, that's why he's looking a bit more wrinkly than he was. However, he is 57 years old, maybe nearly 58, so he's entitled to be aging slightly.
It's the silver hair for me. I think that's what it is that's done it.
He's lost his hair a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But you see, when I saw him, when you see a still image of him, he does look old, but when you see him live, which I, saw him on the telly today, on one of his photo call things, photo opportunities, and he didn't look that bad. I thought he looked rather good, to be honest. I mean,
He's not very photogenic anymore, but he still works on the telly.
I think he does, actually. I think when you compare him with Gordon Brown, I think he's got presence. He knows how to talk to people, and I think he's a different prospect altogether. There's a quote from Blair, actually leads the Times this morning. Blair says a vote cast for Clegg is, quotes, not serious. Former Labour leader in late bid to save Brown. Tony Blair tries to shore up Gordon Brown's flagging election campaign today with a warning that a vote for Nick Clegg, quotes, is not a serious thing. That's the lead in the Times. The Daily Mirror, my brain just went ping. Dumbbell attack teacher tells of his agony. Exclusive. The tormented teacher who battered a pupil with a dumbbell has told of the moment he snapped. Peter Harvey, 50, revealed to a close friend, something just went ping in my brain. So I don't think he's not been giving an interview to the Mirror. I don't think they've spoken to friends, as far as I can work out. I think, but they're trying to spin it as if it's an actual exclusive interview. Front of the Daily Star, Jordan ditches sex. How many more headlines in the Star can they have about Jordan? Is Jordan every day? Is she the lead story? Now that Jade
Pretty
Goodall's
much
no
every
longer with
day.
us.
Pretty much every day. But it's worth it, isn't it?
Well, Jordan ditches sex fiend Alex. Disgusted Kate Price has spurned Alex Reid over his role as a rapist in a sick movie gore fest. She and other celebs boycotted the London premiere of Killer Bitch, leaving his dreams of a Hollywood career in tatters. I've not seen the movie, but I'm guessing that's not going to figure very strongly in the next Oscars.
It's not a film that I would want to see. I saw one film recently, The Human Centipede, one to miss, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fury over insult to war dead is the lead in the Daily Express. Muslim who defiled memorial is let off. A Muslim who daubed graffiti glorifying Islamic terrorism over a war memorial has walked free from court despite showing no remorse, says the Express this morning. The Sun, only here for the Blears, is their headline. Ex-Cabinet Minister Hazel Blears dealt Labour another election blow last night as she admitted using an illegal immigrant on her campaign team. And the Independent have gone with the oil slick as their lead. Black Tide, David Osborne watches the unfolding catastrophe on Louisiana's coast. And I know they were trying to get, because shellfish is a huge industry there in Louisiana, and they were trying to quickly get the shellfish out of the water before it all became polluted. John's on the line from Warsaw in Poland. John.
Good morning, Martin. Yeah. I'm an Australian, as you can probably tell by the accent, from Brisbane in Queensland, and I have always been keen on radio, and I was just surfing, woke up in the morning, I was listening to your voice, and I heard you, the fact that you didn't have anybody on the line, and I broadcast in Australia from time to time, and I thought, I'll give him a call and see what happens, but I had a bit of trouble, so I'm glad that you repeated the number, so whoever it was did me a favour.
Right. Oh, well, I thought I was giving that a number two. I thought they were being sarcastic.
No, I don't think so.
No. Oh, well, I'll give it out again. 08717 22 33 44. And you're phoning from Warsaw.
Yeah, Walsall. No, Walsall. W-A-L-S-A-L-L. Walsall.
It's got Warsaw on my screen.
Now, everybody says that my accent is not easy to understand. It's funny, isn't it? When you're in another country, you don't realise how it sounds.
Yeah. So Walsall, not Warsaw.
Walsall. W-A-L-S-A-L-L.
In the Black Country, home of
that's right.
pork scratchings. Right.
I'm intrigued that there's a Green constituent who's got the same surname as myself, Carl McNaughton.
Right, Carl McNaughton.
And I'm going to try and contact the guy because he spells it exactly the same way, so I figure we may be related.
Yeah, well, it's not that unusual.
But I would call myself, put it this way, I'm an Australian, I follow Tony Abbott. He's a Liberal in Australia.
Yeah, but a Liberal in Australia is pretty much like a Conservative.
Which is a Conservative,
Yeah. So, or
like John Howard, if you like.
Yeah, and presumably you're following the British election with a...
Oh, very interested, yes.
Did you actually live here now, or...?
No, I'm only over here because a friend of mine is turning 60 on Sunday. And my birthday's on the 9th, as a matter of fact. And he rang me and said, would you like to come over? And I said, I'll see how the cash is. So, I decided to come over.
And what sort of broadcasting do you do in Australia?
We've got a service called Print Handicap Service. I don't know whether you have it over here. It's for the blind, dyslexic, people who don't have access to the printed word.
Right.
That's one. And the other one is with a classical station that has just recently decided to involve themselves in a program or a service called Silver Memories, which goes to, all over the world to on the net, of course, to people, but we broadcast basically to people in nursing homes in Brisbane. But we've had a marvellous response. We've had people, movie stars, etc., from the States, commenting us and complimenting us on the type of service that we provide.
Yeah, when you say Silver Memories, it's like sort of swing...
That's the service. The station itself is on the net. It's 4MBS FM, 4MBS Classic FM .com.au.
Right, okay, well, good plug there. John, thanks for your call.
And thank you very much indeed,
Appreciate
Martin.
it.
I enjoyed your programme.
Well, bless you for that. Thank you, John. 08717, well, we'll do it again then. 08717 22 33 44. Now, Nick Dudzak, who is in Los Angeles, says, yep, I'm listening to your show, and I've got nothing better to do than look up the word shed. It's a slight or rude structure, built for shelter, storage, etc. A large, strongly built structure, often open at the sides or end. It's a variation of shade, so it comes from shade, you see, because it shades you from the sun. He says, perhaps you could play the old Monty Python classic bit, Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. Brilliant. I love that. We haven't got it, unfortunately. I wish I'd brought all my Python albums in with me. But what a classic track, Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. Because have you heard that Python bit? I know you're a fan of Python, aren't you?
I gave you a lot of those CDs.
You did give me a lot of those CDs.
You had them all on vinyl, which we talked about at the beginning of the show, which was way back when. But then I sort of gave you some of the... Yeah, I do know that sketch. Very, very funny.
Would you shut up about the sheds, he kept on saying. 08717 223344. Darren in South Kensington, beautiful South Kensington, would like to talk about Tony Blair. Darren.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. What did you want to say about Tony Blair?
Well, I just want to say that I saw him on Sky News today, and they have this like psychoanalyst bloke that and they looked at his smile, and he confirmed that his smile shows that the man is genuinely happy and content, and that made me feel sick. I really don't like the man, and I think that he's got. Has he got a vote in this next general election?
He will have a vote, yeah.
And I think if it's a secret ballot, although when you go to do your vote, they can actually know who you are by your number. But I think he'll vote Tory, because surely with all the millions of pounds that he's got invested, surely he will be better off under a Tory government.
Well, I'm sure David Cameron would probably like to make that argument to him. But, I mean, it's a secret ballot, as you say, so we don't know. But I suspect whoever he votes for, when they film him outside the polling station, he'll be wearing a Labour rosette and telling everybody he's voted for Labour. And I'm sure he will vote for Labour, because it was his project, New Labour, initially, wasn't it? But I know that a lot of people don't like Tony Blair. And I have to say, he had, as you say, with all his millions and what he charges for public speaking and all that sort of stuff, he annoys me as well intensely. Sorry,
can I ask how much do we spend on the police protection? And when we look at our own budget, can we possibly axe that protection, because that can save us a few bob? Because I don't think that we should be spending our money to protect the man any longer. Do you agree with that?
Well, no, I don't, because I think all former prime ministers, and especially Northern Ireland ministers, have protection. Even John Major would have a similar level of protection to Tony Blair. You know, if John Major appears in public, he would have the same security as Tony Blair has. So I just think it's the way former prime ministers.
Yeah, you're right. You're speaking sense. It's just because I don't like the bloke.
I don't like the bloke, yes, that's clear.
Did you say when he's been on holiday in Barbados with Cliff Richard? Is that a fact? Or
well, it wasn't a joke. It was certainly reported in the papers. And if you can...
Because that makes sense with the... Because another way I look at him as being a bit of a sort of a religious crusader of sorts.
I think that's probably why he found Cliff Richard a suitable companion to be on holiday with in Barbados.
It just makes me, I don't know, anyone in this world that seems to, do really well and make a lot of money and be really successful at the expense of other people, have such a fantastic social life, sex life. They live longer, they're happier, content, and it's just quite sickening, really. Whereas, all us that are all struggling, we don't get that. To think that he's genuinely happy, he's
I think I know what you're saying here, Darren. Smug, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Oh, that's the word. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your call.
Cheers. Bye.
08717 223344. A man who doesn't like Tony Blair. as indeed he's not the world's most popular person at the moment. Ian in Kettering. Ian, what would you like to say?
Hi, good morning, Martin.
Morning to you.
I'd just like to comment on Gordon Brown's gaffe regarding the Mrs. Duffy. I've been dipping in and out of the radio station for a couple of days since he dropped his self in it, and I've not heard anybody pick up on the fact of, obviously, when he's come up with the excuse today, or was it yesterday, of him misunderstanding what she was saying to him, and him thinking that she wanted to kick out all foreign students. At no point in the conversation she had with him did she mention foreign students.
No.
She was more concerned with the Eastern European labour that was coming in. So where he's got that foreign student excuse from, I'm bewildered by it, really.
I think he's floundering.
I think it's just a man clutching at straws, because, I'm hoping his days are numbered, that's for sure.
I think you're quite right. It's clutching at straws, quite clearly. Although we were discussing, I mean, the old radio mic, when you forget to take it off, and that's happened to me occasionally when I've done a bit of TV. It's, often you say something much more embarrassing than he said. I'm surprised he didn't get in the car and start effing and blinding, to be honest.
Well, that's what I was expecting, really.
Yes, you would.
As soon as he sat down, you would have thought they would have been effed and...
Yes, you would have thought.
And, obviously, I get to think what he said to the poor aide that obviously introduced him to Miss Duffy.
Yeah.
I should imagine she's had a severe dressing down, and quite innocent the woman was probably in bringing that lady to Mr. Brown.
Yeah. But it just shows you how, I mean, all right, without making a political point about Brown, it shows you how remote the political elite, if you like, are from the actual ordinary people.
I was going to add that it really goes to show that they just do not listen, full stop.
Absolutely. Thanks for your call, Ian.
Thank you.
08717 223344. I've got one here from Captain Sebastian Beetroot IV, who says, Martin, do you have any Smith and Jones Old People's Advice sketch? Any more R.D. Mercer? Well, we'll play some of that tomorrow, definitely. I've brought in an album with, so I'll tell you what I've got comedy-wise, and you can actually request it. If we don't play it today, we'll play it for you tomorrow. I've got a few tracks of Roy D. Mercer. I've got an American comedian called Greg Giraldo, who I think is very good. He's been on a couple of those roasts, those celebrity roast things. I've got Mitchell and Webb and their brilliant sketch Baddies, and I've got a couple of Eddie Izzards, and I've got the remainder of the Stanley Unwin that I played a couple of weeks ago. So I've got all that, so we will play some comedy. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 21 minutes past 4 o'clock. Keep the calls coming, 08717 223344. Text 81089, or you can email us via the website, and that's talksport.net.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Liverpool FC.
Bowie, good morning to you. 23 minutes past 4 o'clock. It's Martin Kelner here on Talksport through till 6 with quality sidekickery from Ian Watko Watkins. What have you spotted and snipped out of the papers there?
Well, there's a few things today that might be worth looking out for if you're going to buy a paper later on. Apparently a KBG guy from Russia. Let's do that again. KGB. Yeah. That's it. KGB guy has admitted that he was the guy that burned Hitler's body, but won't say where he buried him. Right. So that's it. That's in the news today, which is pretty interesting if you're into history and such like. But a couple of northern stories for you.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to be all London-centric, do we?
No.
Mild Bitter is making a big comeback at the moment.
Mild Bitter?
Mild Bitter.
What, you mean it's like mild bitter, just mild? It's not called mild bitter, it's called mild. It's like
dark and mild.
Yeah, in Manchester you say a pint of mild. It was very popular years ago.
Apparently it's coming back. Because it's not as alcoholic as other beer, and
people like burning in the
and
window
it's cheaper
for that.
as well, apparently. But the one that I want us to have a look at is this idea that Northerners eat 3 times as many puddings as those in the South, according to a new survey.
Who's
out this
surveying
week.
pudding? That's what I want to know.
Well, people are. In fact, it's the Good Food Channel, if you want to know exactly who's done this. Brits scoff an average of 5 desserts a week, and this is a bit of a strange statistic.
When you say puddings, you don't mean like a pudding, like a sponge pudding or a steak and kidney pudding. You mean a dessert?
Yeah, a dessert. Yes, sorry. Puddings to me, as a Northerner, I should do for you, mean desserts. But I know elsewhere that may not be the case. With 5% of us eating them on the toilet, which seems a bit bizarre, but personally I'm a sticky
cuts out the middleman, doesn't it?
I'm a sticky toffee pudding man, myself.
Yeah.
And I do eat a lot of puddings. Recently, Welsh cakes have been high on my agenda.
What are Welsh cakes?
Well, they're kind of like flat scones, and they are fantastic. So there you go. What kind of puddings are out there? What are you eating? Give us a ring.
Give us a ring.
Yeah, you can tell I work on local radio, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what else I noticed. There's a hot air war going on. This is the hot air dryers. If you go in the pubs these days, and then you go in the toilets, you'll find that a lot of them, and I know Wetherspoons are very much in the. You know how much I love Wetherspoons. They're very much in the vanguard of this movement. You'll find these Dyson dryers where you put your hands down into the dryer.
The double dip
dryer. And they're extremely, they're very, very fast. Not like you used to have to hold your hands under the hot air dryer for at least like 15 minutes before they ever got
under the silver horn nozzle.
Under the silver horn nozzle, absolutely.
I think that's the technical term for it.
I think the silver horn nozzle is the technical term. However, Dyson is the British maker of the Airblade dryer. That's the new one. The Airblade dryer has accused Kimberly-Clark, the US paper towel corporation, of being wrong in saying air. See, because the paper towels, obviously, if these Airblade dryers come in everywhere, that'll be really bad news for people in the paper towel business.
If you go to the US, they always use paper towels. Yeah. They don't even have those conical-shaped horn blowers.
The horn-nozzled, whatever it was.
Blowers, yeah.
Yeah, the horn-nozzle blower. Dyson, the British maker of the Airblade dryer, has accused Kimberly-Clark, the US paper towel corporation, of being wrong in saying air jets increase the amount of bacteria on hands. Dyson says the American firm has used biased and misleading research to support the claim and to state that paper towels are just as environmentally friendly as the air dryer.
So there's a drying war going on. This is interesting. Don't you just wipe yours on your trousers? Like most men?
Like most men, what I do is I put it under the hot air dryer and then finish it off on the shirt.
Put it on your shirt.
Yeah, but with the new Dyson, with the Dyson blade thing, you don't need to. In fact, your main worry there is that it's going to. Actually, you're going to lose your hands, that it's going to actually suck your hands off, as it were, Mrs. Tricky Dicky says, have you any plans to play some Laurel and Hardy as you did a few weeks ago? I love those movies, especially the silent ones. So if you can play some excerpts, it would be much appreciated. We're going to play an excerpt now from Laurel and Hardy silent movie. There you are. That's just a short excerpt from one of their best silent movies. I had a lawnmower nicked from my shed when the snow was 2 feet deep. Very odd. And he says, is your co-star the H out of Steps?
No, is the answer to that.
Has that been asked before?
Yeah, and I'm not the guy from the Lost Prophets either.
Right.
The Welsh rock band. I'm the other Ian Watkins, the less known one.
All right. The word shed comes from the term woodshedding, which, apart from the obvious, is now used mostly in the USA to mean working hard at something, as people tend to do in sheds. In fact, the shed is the place where woodshedding takes place. I'm grateful to you, Colin in Edgbaston.
Wow. So that's good. We've got two now. Two separate sort of things for what a shed is. Which one's right?
I would say the woodshedding one sounds more convincing than the shaved one to me. Mr. Cal, this one says, relaxing here in Upper Longer Guiseley, listening to your dulcet tones, slipping in and out of consciousness, which incidentally helps me get through your show. He said, I thought I'd inadvertently switched over to local radio when I heard about the hot shed debate. I'm sure this topic was covered in the late 80s. He's just taking the mic.
You can blame that on me.
Yeah. Anyway, regarding sheds, I had a shed once. Green it was. What other colours of sheds do people have? Hope this helps. Yeah, write in, tell us what's your favourite shed colour. No, we haven't got any Laurel and Hardy, either from the silent movies or from their sound movies. But I'm going to play for you after this next break a bit of this American comedian I really like. It's a guy called Greg Giraldo. It's quite a sort of solid bit. It's quite in your face. But we'll play it shortly. But meanwhile, do keep your calls coming. I mean, the two major topics we've been talking about have been the education, what's going on in the schools in the light of that Peter Harvey court case in Nottinghamshire,
and the Great Pudding debate.
Yeah, the Great Pudding debate. My experience is, Ian, that's not going to take off.
Okay.
That is not going to take off.
All right. Well, I'll bow to your experience in this field.
I can tell you the pudding debate is going to take off. So, basically, what's going on in the schools? I'm quite interested in the issue of whether head teachers are really cutting it as far as having the authority they should have. It seems to me that this guy who had mental health problems, being put in that classroom back with those kids, was a bad decision. 08717 223344. And the other major thing that we were talking about was whether you're influenced at all by which political party your newspaper or the newspaper that you pick up goes for. The Guardian today have gone for the Lib Dems. They say they're supporting them enthusiastically. The Times say they're supporting the Tories, and obviously we know that the Mail and the Sun and the Express will support the Tories come what may, and the Telegraph as well, of course. 08717 223344 on any of those issues or anything else you want to raise, or you can text us 81089 or email us via the website talksport.net.
On air, online and in magazine, commercial radio station of the year, Talksport.
I should just point out that Keith will not be with us this morning. He's still away on his fishing trip in Florida, but will be back next week. So it's Nigel Bob away with Fisherman's Blues at 6 o'clock this morning. It's rather spooky, really, because I've been watching, got monitors on in the background with all the various sports stations, and Keith Arthur's been on through the night on Sky. Clearly not live. All the football, of course, this afternoon, and the big matches, of course, are on Sunday. I'm just trying to see what's... Birmingham are going to confirm Burnley's relegation. They're already down. I suspect Wigan will confirm Hull's relegation. Manchester City v Villa and Tottenham v Bolton, I suppose, the only big ones in the Premiership, in that there's still that battle going on for fourth place. And looking down the other leagues, League One, Charlton v Leeds, that's obviously a big one there, and because that could confirm Leeds getting an automatic promotion, and obviously Charlton in the playoff places in that division. But there's nothing else I'm going to see that's significant. The really significant matches are on Sunday, when Liverpool play Chelsea. A bit of a double-edged... It's like that old joke, it's like seeing your mother-in-law drive over a cliff in your brand new car. Mixed feelings, because Liverpool would, I'm sure they'd love to beat Chelsea, but they won't want to hand the title to Manchester United. So it's, I suspect the players will play all out to win, but as far as the fans go, they're sort of half want Liverpool to get beat, I would have thought, so that Manchester United don't win the league championship. And of course Manchester United themselves are playing at Sunderland, but the big match is, because all the championship matches are on Sunday, and the big one is going to be Sheffield Wednesday versus Crystal Palace. That is a real winner-takes-all match. I can't wait for that on Sunday. The tension there at Hillsborough is going to be phenomenal. Now, time for that bit of comedy that I promised. It's just a short piece. It's a guy called, if you like it, I've got another bit of him as well. It's a guy called Greg Giraldo, who's an American comic who does some of those roasts. So it's a bit up front. I warn you, if you don't like sort of solid American comedy, you probably won't like it that much. He's in Norway, and he's ripping it out of his Norwegian audience.
Thank you. Hello, Norway. I live in America. That's right. Where we have Jesus Not like you cellular, vaguely Gallic freaks up here. In America, we believe in God. That's why we don't like to pay a lot for gas. We're paying a lot for gas. We're not happy about it. We shouldn't have to pay a lot for gas because Jesus doesn't want us to pay a lot for gas in America. We're supposed to have everything we want in America. People say, why don't you just drive smaller cars? Why don't you economize? We can't. We can't do it. We can't drive smaller cars because we have big fat kids. You can't do it. You try wedging a clan of these mid-American behemoths with their Cheetos and their Funyuns and their Game Boys. You try wedging them in the back seat of a Honda Civic. It's not going to happen. You go to Asia, they got 12 little bastards on a moped, for Christ's sake. You know, in America, we need a Greyhound bus just to haul 2 little fat to soccer practice. We're a lucky, spoiled, and gluttonous country. I was in a restaurant recently. The waitress says, hey, did you leave any room for dessert? Did you leave any room for dessert? Did you leave any room for dessert? How gluttonous a concept is that? Did you leave any room? Is there more space in your fat, distended, bloated body cavity for more? Any chance we can put more in there? Is there any room, any space? Is there any possibility for more being crammed in your fat head? Any chance at all, any room? We got dudes with plungers that'll come out and cram food in your bloated esophagus. Is there any room for dessert? How about some death by chocolate? Can I interest anyone in some death by chocolate? Death by chocolate. Death by chocolate. How spoiled do you have to be as a culture to trivialize death like that? And let's face it, it's not going to stop anytime soon because nobody exercises, nobody moves, everything's automated, remote control. All we do is sit around and type on the keyboard. In a few thousand years, we're going to evolve to the point where we don't even need limbs. We're just going to be a big fat ass with fingers.
And there you are. That more or less sums up the Americans. A big fat ass with fingers. That's how they're evolving over there. That's Greg Giraldo. I've got some more of his stuff from that same gig in Norway, but like I say, it is a bit up front and in your face. Morning, gents. Says this one, is Ian the former Wales rugby international hooker, Ian Watkins? That's from Tommy the Tiger in Gwent. You're not a former Welsh international hooker, are you? There's a lot of famous Ian Watkinses about.
There is a lot, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not him. Kev from Billingham says, hey, Martin, Sky has a channel called Discovery Shed.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, well, it's the Shed channel. I like that. Well, Keith Arthur, when he does the things on the telly, does the whole... It is Keith Arthur in a shed. Do you look at it? It's him in a shed, rather like those guys who... those guys who used to be on the Fast Show. Do you remember the guy? Was always coughing. Do you ever remember the guy?
Oh, Bob Fleming.
Bob Fleming. They did their show from a shed as well. So it's got a long honourable history in the media, the Shed. Martin, I read 5 newspapers in the weekend on a Saturday and 6 on a Sunday. Blimey. And it's not because of what political party they support. I don't give a damn about that. And damn is in uppercase. I don't support any political party because I don't trust any of them or believe anything they say. We had a text earlier on saying that in some countries it's illegal not to vote. You have to vote. You know, it's against the law not to vote. And saying, why don't we introduce that here? But I think that not voting is almost as eloquent a statement as actually voting. You are, by not voting, you're saying a plague on all your houses. You're saying that, you know, you don't believe any of them have the solution. So I don't think it's that, it's that bad not to vote.
Well, I've voted every time, but once I spoiled my ballot paper. Is that classed as a vote, spoiling your ballot paper?
Well, I can't see the point in going and spoiling it. Why not just not vote? I think you're making the same statement.
Well, in Australia, they have such thing as a vote. None of the above, which they can tick, or write something else on it, which I can't say on the radio. It's known as the B vote.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something that we had here. Or should have here. More people should do it. I suppose they do. I know for a fact that I've been to various counts and returning officers have often have a pile which people have spoiled.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I was thinking it's a bit childish, spoiling your favourite.
Well, there you go. I'm very childish then, obviously. But a lot of people who'd be listening might have done that. It's a way of getting across a message to people.
Okay. Now, the heir to a hosiery company has been elected the new king of a tiny self-proclaimed principality in northern Italy. The reason I like this story is, this guy has, he works in nylon, and he's known as the king of nylon. But now he's been made an actual real king of this little principality in northern Italy, he can call himself His Tremendousness. That's his honorary title is His Tremendousness Marcello I, or he can call himself Giorgio II. And it's like the Pope. The Pope there's a list of papal names. I mean, his name's not really Benedict. He is Pope Benedict, but his name's not Benedict. He chose that name. But apparently you can choose your names from previous popes, and if he wanted, he could have called himself Pope Hilarious, because there was a previous pope called Hilarious, which I think is brilliant. I mean, Pope Hilarious.
Was he?
Was the original Hilarious? I've no idea if it's Hilarious or not, but he certainly thought he was, because he called himself Pope Hilarious. And this Pope could have called himself that as well. Eric in Liverpool wants to talk pudding. Eric.
Morning.
Morning to you. What would you like to say about pudding?
I actually do all my own baking, so I do quite a few varieties of sort of regular puddings. And variations on a theme sort of thing, so...
What, suet? Is it suet puddings?
More sweet puddings than savoury puddings.
Right.
For example, rhubarb crumble. But a variation on that, whereas instead of mixing in stuff with the well, take an apple crumble, for example, first off, where you would normally put the raisins or whatever in with the apple. I usually put the dried fruit in with the crumble mix.
Right.
So that's a slight variation on it. Now, rhubarb crumble, ginger goes beautifully with rhubarb, so I usually make rhubarb and ginger crumble.
Excellent. Now, rhubarb's really, really good for you, apparently, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
a lot of vitamins in it.
You'll live forever, Eric.
Perhaps not.
Keep eating the rhubarb. Now, that's good, because I live in the rhubarb triangle, which is Wakefield and around that area south of Leeds. And in that area, they have forced rhubarb.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't do a great deal for the vitamin content of it.
Doesn't it? I thought the forced rhubarb was the good stuff. Is it the other stuff that's the good stuff?
Well, if it's allowed to grow naturally in natural light instead of being you see, all that forcing it does is just makes it seek the light faster.
Right.
Yes, it does grow faster if it's going towards one small point. If it's got a track full of the light, it might not necessarily grow straight. But it's actually better if it's growing in natural light rather than force it initially and then allow it to grow in natural light is the best way.
Right. Well, that's something I never knew. We're now clued up on rhubarb. So that's brilliant stuff. Thank you for your call, Eric.
Brilliant. Cheerio.
All the best to you. Bye now. 08717 223344. Interested if you want to give us a call of if you've seen the John Lewis ad. I did write about this in The Guardian last week, and somebody else has written about it in The Guardian today. So I don't know whether The Guardian's just obsessed with this John Lewis ad, but apparently it cost £6 million to make. It's a great ad. It's the age, not the age as a man, it's the age as a woman. It's a little girl, and you see her growing up to be a teenager, and you see her growing up to be a mother with little kids around, and then she's a caring, sharing grandmother, etc. But it's a remarkable. It's all cut to the old Billy Joel song. She's always a woman. So if you've seen it, I wonder if you make it. I thought it was. Have you seen it, the John Lewis ad?
I have. It's really impressive, but £6 million. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
For an ad.
But John Lewis, you see, is a mutualised company. So everybody who works for John Lewis has a share in John Lewis. So I'm just wondering what they think about the £6 million of their money that has been spent on this advert. But I suppose the argument is that it'll increase sales and certainly promote the image of John Lewis. Rainbow George is on the line. Rainbow George, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. What would you like to say?
I wanted to talk about not voting, and I also wanted to talk about education. Where should we go first?
Not voting.
I really sort of applaud the non-voters. I think the non-voters are the most sensible people out there. I just can't believe that the forecast is it's going to be a high turnout.
Well, I suppose it's going to be a high turnout because it's so close, and people will think, sometimes if you've got one party running away with it, people think, well, my vote's not going to count, so I can't be bothered. Whereas when it's so close, you think, well, I better get out there and vote. So I would think it'd be a relatively high turnout.
I don't know. I'm hoping for the lowest turnout ever, but
I don't think it'll happen.
The forecasts aren't going in that direction.
Well, we've also had the debates as well, and that's sort of promoting more interest in the election, isn't it? So that presumably...
But has it? I
think it has. Well, 8 million. 8 million watched it last night on the Beeb.
What, throughout?
Yeah, well, no, it peaked at 8 million, but I think there was quite a few, they've had great audiences, fantastic. I mean, audiences you would normally only get for a big sporting event or a major event drama, something, a death in a soap opera or something.
Yes, but do you really think any of them had anything to say that would have persuaded someone who had no intention of voting, saying, I'll go out and vote for that? I doubt it. I mean, they offer so little,
Okay, so, I mean, you're not going to vote?
I'm not going to vote. No, I have started up a movement that's going to emerge out of this election. It's called the Wondering What Party movement. Is connected to my old friend Peter Cook, of course, who had the What Party. So I've sort of revived the What Party and making it the Wondering What Party, and we wonder what about all sorts of things.
Did Peter Cook not invent the all-night party?
No, he was president of the What Party. Right. This is in the early 1980s. And the ethos of the What Party was to give everybody what they wanted within reason. Right. And I thought that was a really good platform then, and it's an even better platform now. Because if you give everybody what they want within reason, that implies you have to find out what everybody wants, and that's where direct democracy and interaction comes into play, because I'm quite convinced that the future is about direct democracy. We don't need political parties. We don't need politicians. We don't need anybody to represent us in this day and age. We can all represent ourselves, surely. And we should be voting on policies and ideas, not for politicians and political parties.
Okay, well, tell us what you wanted to say about education.
Education, I think the curriculum just needs to be totally changed, and kids should be rewarded for behaving themselves. I'd pay kids to go to school. I'd teach them about money values as they're going through the education system. You should reward kids for behaving well. Everyone's talking about punishment for behaving bad.
How much would you pay kids to go to school? It sounds like a bizarre idea.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Why would you pay kids to go to school? I mean,
to encourage them to teach them about life and money values, and the better they behave themselves, the better they learn, the more they would earn by going to school. I just think there should be reward for good behaviour.
I mean, surely if you want to teach about money values, you should charge them for going to school.
No, I don't see that at all. And it should be much more playful and certainly more sports and games than they probably take part in at the moment.
Well, I'd agree with that. Rainbow George, thank you for your call. 08717 223344 is the number to call. Talksport.net is our website, and 81089 to send us a text. Dave says, re-sheds. Here in Barrow we have the biggest shed in the UK. It's called the DDH, the Devonshire Dock Hall. They assemble the large Trident subs and now the Astute class ones. It's just known as the big shed around here. So there you are. You can see it for miles around. He says it has the biggest capacity ship lift in the world. So learn something every minute here. As for hand dryers, surely they would blow airbound spores such as the Clostridium difficile superbug around the place. There are some around here in public toilets where the blast of air given off them looks like your skin on your hands are pulling 4Gs in a wind tunnel. They should come with a government health warning. So there you are. He's taking the same view as the paper towel people there about hot air hand dryers. I was never a big fan, but I think the new Dyson things that they have in some of the pubs really do work. You know, you get your hands dry, and what more do you want from a hand dryer than something that gets your hands dry? 08717 223344. We'll take more of your calls shortly. We're talking about neighbours, we're talking about education, we're talking about whether your newspaper influences you to vote one way or the other. This is in light of the fact that The Guardian has come out for the Lib Dems and The Times has come out for the Tories this morning. Just looking at the Daily Mail, their lead, this doctor gave her life to the NHS. Why won't the NHS now save her? It's a story about a doctor denied vital cancer treatment. She said yesterday she'd been betrayed by the NHS. She's Becky Smith, 30. She'd been refused a breakthrough treatment which could prolong her life up to 20 years. The drug refusal came after her breast cancer was missed 4 times. Let's talk to Nigel, who's in Leicester. Nigel, good morning.
Hello there, how's it going?
Fine, thanks. What would you like to say?
Well, I was listening to that geezer that was on before. My family are all ex-military. We've all been in the forces throughout our life. At some point, whether it's for 6 years, 12 years, or for our careers. My great-grandfather fought in the Second World War, my great-great-great-grandfather fought in the First.
Right.
For people's right to vote and to keep this country free. And I think everybody, regardless, whatever party you're severely affiliated to, should go and vote. Whether you put a big X across all of them, if you don't like any of them, is immaterial. But you should exercise your vote. A lot of people died to give that vote for everybody. And I think for people to sort of fun and make belittle your right to vote when millions of people have paid dearly for it, especially in the First and Second World War, you know, is a bit of a joke.
Nigel, thank you. Sorry.
And I think it's sort of you know, if you don't vote anyway, don't moan on Friday about the outcome.
Nigel,
you should have a right to speak afterwards.
All right, thank you for your call. 08717 223344. What Nigel said there, endorsed by this text from Hans. He says people must vote not for the big three, but protest if you want by voting for anyone else. But a no vote means nothing, so vote. Johnny is in County Mayo in Ireland. And Johnny, you take the same view?
I do indeed. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I would take the view, because we've got the same problem here in Ireland, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard, we lost a wonderful journalist like yourself, right, and Mike Dickin, yeah?
Yeah.
Jerry Ryan.
Yes.
It's a tribute to him for the Irish people, right, for me here in County Mayo, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, and people like you are wonderful, yeah? I think the apathy that people have gone. We've got a system here with Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, yeah?
Yeah.
People don't know who to vote for no more. Our world is collided. And I actually believe we should never have joined into politics or Europe.
Well, you're having... I mean, it was going nicely for a while, wasn't it, with the Celtic Tiger and all
we
that?
had the what they call... I was living in Islington in North London, yeah?
Yeah.
right, a lovely part. I don't know if you know Islington, yeah?
Yes, I know Islington.
Yeah. And we didn't. And in my time living in London, I loved it with passion.
Yeah.
I paid my taxes, yeah?
Good for you. I think we're gonna have to lose you here, Johnny, I'm afraid, because we've got our commercials coming up.
You have indeed, I know that, yeah.
But thank you for phoning nonetheless.
And all I want to say is, I think you're a real presenter, and thank you for taking my call.
Oh, bless you. Right. 08717 223344. Delighted to say anybody's call. Love you to call. But right now we're going to take a break, and we'll be back after the news and sport.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Herb Alpert and his Tijuana Brass. There he is with his Tijuana Taxi, that one, wasn't it? Good morning to you, it's Martin Kelner here on Talksport, final hour of the show. 6 o'clock, it's Nigel Botherway with Fisherman's Blues. Keith Arthur's off for one more week. The great shed debate carries on. All MPs can live in sheds, this one says. It's the house of the future. Do you have any of the Kenny Everett clips? Little horror stories? No, I haven't, I'm afraid. I've only got I've burnt some stuff off my iTunes onto CD. So I will play a little bit more. I might play the Mitchell and Webb thing, because I really love that. Mitchell and Webb and Baddies. You ever heard that one, Watko? The Mitchell and Webb?
You have played me that before, yeah, it's very good.
It's clever, we'll play it again. Yes, we got the same one twice. Hans says, vote, vote, vote. Yeah, we think we read that one. More concerning than hot air dryers is the fact that most men exit pub toilets without washing their hands, says Jeff in York. So, in pubs where there's peanuts on the bar, don't eat the peanuts. Firstly, let me clear the decks. I'm not standing in the national local elections this time round. Rainbow George applauds people who don't vote. His hands must have been very sore after the 2005 Kingston and Surbiton election when he received 146 votes. 39,614 people voted for other candidates out of 49,898 issued ballot papers. Even I managed to get 832 votes in the smallest ward. Of course, this, I ought to add, is an old election. We're not talking about the present election. That's Ian in Surbiton. And David in Bolton says, now you see, this is a completely different view. He says, hello Martin. All the people saying you have to vote are simpering morons. That's harsh, that, David. Who are brainwashed by too much television watching. I mean, what is their IQ or strategic knowledge of any kind of qualification to offer me this advice? It's like accepting the words of wisdom of a demented mongoose or a dying swan. Absolutely valueless. The real answer to getting any kind of real change for the aforementioned dullards to stop acting like a Brave New World or 1984 minion and traipsing to the ballot box to mark their malicious and useless cross. I can't say what you say about your local MP there, but clearly you're not hugely impressed by the gentleman. 08717 223344. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a perfectly valid position to take, that you're not going to vote at all? This is your way of saying a plague on all their houses. This is your way of indicating that really nothing they've said impresses you, to vote or not to vote. Or do you think, as the caller earlier on, who said his grandfather and his great-grandfather died for us to have the right to vote, do you think because of that we should vote? Come what may. 08717 223344. What was that? You can text us 81089, or you can email us via the website talksport.net. A miracle this week. This is the miracle of Wakefield. It was in my local newspaper. The face of Wayne Rooney appeared on someone's knee. I'll show you the pictures of this in a second. It's one thing seeing the face of Jesus in a frying pan, which people often do, but a football worshipper from Horbury, just outside Wakefield, got the shock of his life when his hero, Wayne Rooney, appeared on his knee. Joiner Rich Rigby of Green Lane hurt his leg when he came off his motorbike while off-roading near his home. Thankfully, the dad of two escaped the accident with just a hurt knee, which swelled to an unusual shape due to titanium plates he'd had in his leg following a previous injury. It was only when he hobbled to the pub that friends started saying they could see the face of his favourite footballer, Wayne Rooney. And there's Wayne Rooney, and there's his injured knee.
That is pretty impressive. What do you think it all means? Does it have some kind of relevance to the World Cup or something like that? Possibly?
Well, I don't know. It might mean that... I mean, you can never tell with these images of... often it's images of Jesus appear, or
in a packet of pork scratch ends.
Or usually a cheese on toast is a favourite. But there was a church in Mexico, or a church building in Mexico, and on the outside of the building the face of Jesus appeared, and pilgrims from all over, especially a place like Mexico is quite a religious country, quite Catholic. Pilgrims appeared from all over Central and Southern America to have a look at this face of Jesus that appeared on the outside of the church. And what it was there'd been a poster there for Willie Nelson, and it had got wet and rotted, and it was actually the face of Willie Nelson, who, when you think of it, it does look, there's the beard and everything. Have you seen Willie Nelson, the country musician?
The country singer, yeah, and very good country singer he is too. Wrote lots of fantastic songs, so in a way, nice that he got some recognition.
Well done. Thousands of pilgrims came to see the face of Willie Nelson. If they'd have paid a premium to going to see, rather like I want the Japanese and the French to pay for coming over here, if they'd have all paid a premium, all those pilgrims, to see the face of Willie Nelson, he could have settled his tax debt, because he owed the American tax authorities, the Internal Revenue, absolute fortunes, and he did a whole tour to pay that. But there you go.
I suppose you could put the picture on different walls around the globe.
And Neil, and
get people to go to that.
Neil Shedstrong says Space Probe was just taking pictures of strange wooden structures on the dark side of the moon. Holy intergalactic sheds.
Apparently, aliens spend a year of their life in sheds.
Yep.
That's another statistic there from that story.
Now, there's been a row this week over baby gurus. There's quite a few of these people who will tell you how to bring up your babies. Gina Ford she's known as the Queen of Routine. She's always provoked controversy for her tough love approach, which includes encouraging parents to train their infants by allowing the kids to you don't pick them up when they cry. This is what Gina Ford says. You let the baby cry. Allow them to cry themselves to sleep. This, she says, teaches them a lesson.
That sounds pretty cruel, though, doesn't it?
Well, it sounds it, but it's tough love. It's what we call tough love these days. However, Penelope Leach, who is also a parenting guru, disagrees, and she says, so we've got sort of baby wars here. She says that leaving a distressed baby to cry regularly could be damaging to the developing brain. So she takes the entirely opposite view. Or you could do what British parents mostly do with crying children, take them on a plane. They like to do that. If you got a crying child...
Or to the supermarket.
They take them to the supermarket to hit them. Why do they do that?
That's where the punishment takes place.
Yeah. And I rather like this story from France. A Muslim woman has accused French police of attacking her freedom. Did you see this? She was fined for driving wearing the full veil. She was actually wearing the full niqab, which I think has a sort of slit for the eyes. And
she was arrested because they were worried for her safety because she couldn't see full vision? Because I don't think they've banned the burqa, have they?
Oh, no, not banned it. No, it was driving.
It was to do with vision, really.
She's driving the flipping car wearing the full veil, which might be considered to be not a major contribution to road safety. She was fined for driving in unsuitable conditions, is what the actual charge was for her. And tomorrow on the show, very much hoping to be talking to a restaurant critic about this new restaurant, or it's not a new restaurant, but it's newly crowned as the best restaurant in the world, the #1 restaurant in the world, which is in Denmark. And there's some strange food that they serve there, all sorts of weird stuff. But we'll talk more about that tomorrow. So also on the show tomorrow, we'll be talking about body language of the MPs. This is in the leaders' debate and also in the general campaigning. What we learn through the way they comport themselves in terms of their gestures and the way they touch themselves. Not that they do. That would probably not win them many votes, that would it really? 08717 223344. When I say touch themselves, I mean sort of, they might touch the side of their nose if they're lying.
Gesticulating. Because they do a lot of that. If you notice that when you see them on the telly, they do a lot of moving their arms around.
They do.
I think that probably has a bit of stress on the shoulders. Do you think with the sort of on the bus, they have battle buses, don't they? There are masseuses on there to relieve the tension as they travel between city to city, town to town, village to village, giving them a quick manipulation.
I suspect they do. If one of the spin doctors reckons it's going to relax them and make them campaign better, I would think they would have their own personal masseuse on the bus, and let's be honest, all the leaders are hoping for a happy ending.
Maybe that's who Sue was.
That's who Sue masseuse. 08717 223344. Martin, I'd rather vote for Foggy, Compo and Clegg off Last of the Summer Wine, or the Meerkat off the TV ad. Why is Simples? He talks more sense than any of the political parties. That's Derek from Pencoed in South Wales. Morning, don't know who to vote for. No one has knocked on my door to tell me what they do in power. And as a visually impaired person, I can't read their leaflets. That's from Popey. Sometimes you like them to turn up at the door. Mrs. Merton used to say that she would always vote when one of them knocked on the door. She would always ask if they would do some gardening for her, or go out and get some shopping for her, or do maybe paint the front door, or do some work around the house. And if whichever candidate would do a bit of work for her would get her vote. That would be their way of winning a vote.
Somebody mentioned today a similar sort of way, inviting them all for tea, and whoever turns up, because the chances of them all turning up very slim.
Yeah, that's a possibility, isn't it? Here was a story that I rather enjoyed. A 2-year-old boy was banned from eating. This actually follows on from a long, long time ago on the show. It seems like days ago. Somebody phoned about the nursery, the kindergarten, where her child had what she thought was rather bad treatment. A 2-year-old boy was banned from eating cheese sandwiches at a council-run nursery unless his parents added a lettuce leaf. Jack Ormisher had his packed lunch taken away by staff who said it violated their healthy eating policy. When Jack's parents picked him up at the Westfield Children's Centre, this is in Pemberton near Wigan, they were told to include lettuce or tomato so the sandwich could be classed as a, quote, snack rather than lunch. And so, I don't quite understand that at all. They were so shocked they moved the kid to a new nursery. So there you go. Also, I've got so much stuff here. I've got so much to give, and you're going to get it. Germaine Greer had, did you see that? She revealed that she'd had an affair with Fellini, the famous Italian film director, Federico Fellini. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
No, well, in her younger days, she drove down to Italy. She had an affair with Federico Fellini. Discovered why he was called Fellini 8.5.
Why did she need to tell us that? Is that in a book, or did you just feel that she needed to just reveal that?
I think she just wanted to unburden herself. It's not in a book or anything.
Because this week, another woman was unburdening herself, so to speak. Supermodel Janice Dickinson, who's well known for her loudmouth antics. She's revealed that Sir Mick Jagger, apparently, allegedly, didn't give her much satisfaction because he's got a small...
yes, all right.
And, but apparently, Liam Neeson is hung like an Evian bottle, so...
Like an Evian bottle, is that what she said?
It's got a blue screw top.
Yeah. Okay, 08717 223344, something we never knew about Liam Neeson. 08717 223344. You can text 81089 or email us via the website talksport.net.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Talksport.
Past 5 o'clock. Very good Saturday morning to you. Let's talk to Isabel, who's in Falkirk. Isabel, good morning.
Good morning. It's not Falkirk, it's Grangemouth.
Grangemouth, sorry, it's got... well, it's probably a Falkirk code, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, Grangemouth.
Right, I just want to tell you, I've been listening all night, and this has been one of the best nights on Talksport for a long time.
Oh, well, bless you for that. Thank you very much indeed.
I really have thoroughly enjoyed it. Just wanted to tell you.
Oh, it's very nice of you to come on and say that. Thank you very much indeed, Isabel. All the best to you. Bye now. They were a satisfied customer.
You must have done something right. The local radio element sort of helped out.
Helped out with the show.
Yeah, the puddings.
By the way, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can. It's twitter.com/ Martin Kelner, all one word. And if you want to follow Watko, who's with me here on Twitter, it's twitter.com/ Watko, WATKO.
To see all my rugby antics.
Yeah.
I'm not a rugby player, by the way.
No.
Just in case you wondered.
I'm wondering what have you been following this Adrian Chiles leaving the One Show? I think it was tonight that he left the One Show. I never watched the One Show myself, but
yeah, it was strange really, because it was all in the news, wasn't it? And then when I switched on
Liverpool FC
Match of the Day 2, he was still there, because I thought he'd go straight away, but they obviously kept him on for a little bit. So is he now finished? Has he disappeared?
I think he'll probably still be on Match of the Day 2 maybe this Sunday would be the last one. I think Colin Murray's going to take over Match of the Day 2. But Adrian Chiles is going to be on the sofa on GMTV. So, yeah, but there's a story in this morning's Mail which says, don't follow Chiles to ITV, Beeb begs bleakly. BBC Chiefs have offered Christine Bleakley her own show in a desperate attempt to stop her defecting to ITV. They ought to put her on with Fat Frankie. The 31-year-old presenter last night bade farewell to her One Show co-host Adrian Chiles, who's moving to ITV in a £6 million deal, which will see him present GMTV.
And also some World Cup coverage, I believe, as well.
Indeed. Martin, why is it always argued, this is a text from Michael here, why is it always argued that people died in world wars so that we should vote, and that they died giving us the choice whether we vote, and not that they died to give us the choice whether we vote or not? Did these same people die so politicians could fill their pockets at our expense, or so a banking crisis could saddle the world with enormous debt? I'm sure the last thing on their mind was that the country they love would end up in such a mess that people would choose to opt out of voting. So there was the alternative view on that. This is I'm just finished work. I've just finished work at BMW Mini Plant in Oxford. I'm currently driving home to Wakefield. Good to hear a fellow Wakefield resident. That's Aaron, who's on the M1 services somewhere, he says. I'm very glad to say that I will not be voting. We seem to be getting more votes for not voting than people who say that they are going to vote here. He says, a very good morning to you, Martin, on this beautiful morning. He's clearly been ironic there. I'm glad to say I will not be voting in the general election. Having moved out to Bulgaria last year and starting a new life over here, I've no intention of taking up my right to my postal vote, mainly because my life is now in BG, which I presume is Bulgaria, and the reason why I moved out here is because I became so disillusioned with the British government and the whole way of life. I choose to be here, and a very nice way of life it is that I'm enjoying here. The country is beautiful, the Bulgarian people are beautiful and proud, and the UK could learn so much from this country, bearing in mind that it's the poorest EU state. That's from Russ, in very warm, sunny Sveti Vlach, which is on the Black Sea coast of Bulgaria. So there you are. 08717 223344, if you want to give us a call. And thanks to Jake in Windsor, who's heard me on another programme elsewhere. So, Jake, thank you very much indeed for your text. 08717 223344. Should we play that Mitchell and Webb thing now? Let's play the Mitchell and Webb thing while we're doing nothing much. It's track 19, Mitchell and Webb, and this is them. You have to imagine them in Nazi SS uniform, and a couple of SS guys sitting down to actually discuss their uniforms.
They're coming. Now we'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
Hans?
Take heart, my friend.
Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Yeah, have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
Yeah, the badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
No, a bit. What?
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that the little badges on our caps have actually got pictures of skulls on them?
I don't,
Hans, are we the baddies?
Of course we're not the baddies. What we're doing is entirely just. We're fighting for the future of Germany against the communists and the decadent Western powers who betrayed us at Versailles.
That does sound just.
Of course.
Yeah. But, on the other hand, and sorry to go back to it, but we have got little pictures of skulls on our SS caps, and that just seems very much the sort of motif you'd associate with a baddie.
I'm not with you.
Well, I mean, what do skulls make you think of? Death, beheading, cannibals, pirates.
Pirates are fun.
I didn't say we weren't fun, but fun or not, pirates are still the baddies. I just can't think of anything good about a skull.
What about pure Aryan skull shape?
Even that is more usually depicted with the skin still on. Whereas the Allies...
Oh, you haven't been listening to Allied propaganda. Of course they're going to say we're the baddies.
Yeah, but they didn't get to design our uniforms. And their symbols are all, quite nice. Stars, stripes, lions, sickles.
What's so great about sickles?
Well, nothing. And if there's one thing we've learned in the last 1,000 miles of retreat, it's that Russian agriculture is in dire need of mechanisation.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, but still, you've got to say, it's better than a skull. I mean, I can't think of anything worse as a symbol than a skull.
A rat's anus?
Yeah, and if we were fighting an army marching under the banner of a rat's anus, I'd probably be a lot less worried, Hans.
Eric, why are you worrying about badges and symbols? They're not important.
Well, you know how they say that history is written by the victors, so that their symbols will be remembered in a positive way and their defeated enemies in a bad way? Well, I'm just a bit worried that if the Allies win, we've kind of done quite a lot of that work for them already, with the skulls.
Yeah, and the rat's anus people are really screwed.
As we've discussed, they don't exist.
Oh, yeah. So where's all this leading?
Well, you know how at the beginning of the war, we did really well, and the Allies nearly lost, but now things seem to be going a lot better for them.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever seen a film?
What's your point?
Well, I have never seen a film where the goodies start off really successfully, really nearly achieve their goals, but then the baddies come back very strongly, but the goodies still eventually win. Whereas I have seen a lot of films where the baddies start off really successfully, but then the goodies come back and eventually win. I'm just increasingly uncomfortable about our place in the narrative structure of this war.
Yeah, there's no punchline to it, but it's a great sketch, I think. That's, and I think they're so good, Mitchell and Webb. I'm looking forward to, I don't know what you're going to be watching on election night. Obviously you watch the results coming through, this is quite exciting. But, Channel 4 have got their own alternative election night coverage. I'll be switching that a fair bit, because it's got David Mitchell, and it's got Jimmy Carr, and, it's got Charlie Brooker. What a fantastic lineup. Fantastic lineup.
Can I be a bit controversial?
Yeah. Don't you like Jimmy Carr or...
No, I like Mitchell and Webb, and I like that clip there. But do you not think they're on every single comedy quiz show that's going?
Yeah.
On the radio and on the telly. You switch on, Have I Got News For You? One of us presenting it.
Yeah.
You switch on a radio channel.
Overexposed.
I think they're overexposed.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not that controversial. If you agree, disagree. 08717 223344. Mitchell and Webb, overexposed or what?
And they're overexposing themselves. They can say no.
Well,
rest up a bit, guys.
Well, you could say they could say no, but you know, if they're freelance performers, and it's not a long career. You know, you have your moment in the sun where everybody, you know, you think of some of the comedians that have come and gone. You have your moment in the sun, and presumably you have to make hay while that sun is shining. 08717 223344. Martin, Wayne Rooney, this one says, I know he seems to be flavour of the week these days, but do you remember a few years back when he was caught on camera leaving a Cougars play? A Cougars play? Yeah, we do remember that, but, you know, it was the folly of youth. It was on every newspaper's headlines, and it nearly split up his relationship with Colleen. How soon we forget. No, I don't think we do. You've still remembered, Dave. I don't know what you're on about. You've remembered it in detail here.
It was the knee that did that, though.
Yes. Now, I think if he's lacking ability in any of our World Cup matches, just bring back this Cougar at half-time to whip him into shape. Right, thank you for that, Dave. I'm sure Fabio, if he's listening, will take that on board. 6 million for that John Lewis advert, says this one from Tommy the Tiger. So a bargain, following that woman from a young age to old age. Who was her agent? But they made a mint. That's from Tommy the Tiger. And this one, I've read that one before. Right. 08717 223344 if you want to phone us. We'd love to get a call in the last half hour of the show. It'd be beautiful. Get us nice rolling into Nigel, by the way, with Fisherman's Blues at 6 o'clock. So 08717 223344 to call, 81089 to text us, or you can email us via the website for free at talksport.net.
It's Global Geared Up Pit Stop Radio with Eddie Irvine, live on the LG Grand Prix show. Spanish Grand Prix, Sunday the 9th of May from 8 p.m, exclusively on Talksport. Get the lowdown on Alonso, the hard talk on Hamilton, and the bada thing on Barrichello. Revved Up Radio, on location around the globe, on the LG Grand Prix show. Spanish Grand Prix, Sunday the 9th of May from 8 p.m, only on Talksport, with LG Electronics, the human face of technology.
England! It's a bank holiday, and we deserve a sausage. Can't get away this weekend? Visit somewhere on the sausage map. Trust the Cumberlands to give you a hearty view of the north, or a sagey Suffolk to experience the home counties. But if your taste buds insist on leaving old Blighty, choose a chorizo. Hola, por favor. Now pour yourself a Pimm's. It's barbecue time. It's Pimm's o'clock. For the facts, drinkaware.co.uk.
Lads, have you heard? There's an unbelievable deal to be had on Unibond Rapid Set Tile Adhesive. You know, the 20-kilo red bag. That stuff that sets in 3 hours. Yeah, that's the one. At B&Q, you can buy 2 bags for only 20 quid. I know, it's only a tenner a bag. For Unibond. Do the maths. But that's not all. Right now, you can get 2 5-kilo bags of Unibond Quick Grout for a tenner as well. Empty the van, Dave. Guess where we're off to? Unibond Rapid Set and Quick Grout. Available at B&Q. Offers end 31st of May.
Introducing the fantastic new Talksport Book of World Cup Banter. The little red book which can help transform you into the bloke with the biggest World Cup brain in Britain. Stacked with stats and teeming with trivia, it's essential ammunition in any World Cup arguments you have with chum. Become an instant expert with the new Talksport Book of World Cup Banter. Available now in all good bookshops and online at Amazon and Talksport.net/shop.
Matchday Live special.
Tomorrow from noon
on Talksport.
Don't miss a spectacular Sunday of Premier League and Championship action.
It's off the line!
Ian Danter, Alvin Martin and Ray Houghton will keep you up to date with the latest from the top and bottom of the Premier League as Liverpool take on Chelsea, Sunderland face Man United and West Ham travel to Fulham.
They've turned it around in sensational fashion!
Plus they'll bring you all the highs and lows of the final day of the Championship.
Matchday Live special.
Tomorrow from noon
on Talksport. On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
OK, Watko, put that violin away. It's Saturday morning. It's 26 minutes now to 6 o'clock. Very good morning to you. Martin Kelner with you here on Talksport. Somebody was, earlier in the show, was saying that they were getting irritated by Tony Blair looking smug. And when you can't hear him, one of our monitors in the background here has got Sky News on, and they were just showing that footage again of Tony Blair having his blood pressure tested, and smug is the word. It really is. But, you know, he's a politician. I suppose he knows what he's doing in that particular area. Here's bad news for those of us who've been sitting up all night. 10 hours, this is in this morning's Daily Telegraph, 10 hours sleep every night. The secret of living to 100. I don't think I get 10 hours sleep in 2 nights. 3 nights, maybe. The secret of living to an old age could be linked to getting plenty of sleep, a new study suggests. Researchers found that those who lived to be 100 or older were much more likely than younger age groups to sleep for 10 hours or longer a night. They were also more likely to say that they slept well than those in their 60s and 70s, even after other factors such as health problems were taken into account. So if you want to live for a long time, get yourself 10 hours sleep a night. I don't think I even had 10 hours. Even my daughter, my 9-year-old, doesn't get 10 hours sleep.
That research, by the way, was done in Naples. So potentially it could be the Italians who need more sleep.
Yes.
Not us British.
Well, absolutely, because they're going around on Vespers all the time, pinching girls' bottoms. So they do. They need. Yeah,
they're very tired.
They're either pinchers or pinchees, of course, possibly. If they are. Also, roller coasters can damage your hearing. Roller coasters can make people deaf because the steep, sudden drops experienced on the ride can damage eardrums, according to new research. So, I've never. Did you like? Did you go on roller coasters? Do you like the?
I've been on roller coasters. I can't say that it's something that I would want to go to somewhere like Alton Towers and get on them as a day out. But if there was a roller coaster there, then I'd go on it just to say I did it.
If what was a roller coaster just in the middle of town, you'd go on it. And,
just say I did it.
Yeah. Martin, why not turn up the heat, this one says, and discuss, do we really live in a democracy? And why do some folks say Winston Churchill is a hero when he gave the go-ahead to blow Dresden to bits, killing thousands of innocent women, children, etc., even though the war was over? And Churchill said himself, he will decide how he's remembered. Another cover-up by a trustworthy press. No hero of mine would do that. So tell me, Martin, was Churchill a hero or a murderer? Well, a hero in my book. And why does the so-called home of football need an Italian to manage their overrated team? Oh, and well done to the Republic of Ireland young team on beating England, therefore becoming champs of the Centenary Cup. So, there's one possibly that's come from Ireland, I suspect. The actual subject matter on this email is talking rot. I don't know if that's me talking rot, or that's him talking rot. Who knows?
You could blame it on me.
Or I could blame it on you talking rot.
Yeah. Do you think England will win the World Cup?
No, I don't think England will win the World Cup. I mean, I hope they do.
Not even with the North Korean factor?
What's the North Korean factor?
Well, the last time England won the World Cup, North Korea were in the World Cup.
Right.
And they've not been in it since.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, you could look for all sorts of coincidences, but I think we're a little bit deficient in too many departments.
In the players' department?
Mostly in the players' department. I think Capella's a good manager and manages the team well, but...
Needs a lot of sleep, though.
Yeah, because he's Italian. You're absolutely right. 08717 223344, but... I've got nobody handling calls at the moment, but if you want to text us, 81089, but give us a call in about 5 minutes or so and we could get you on. We'll also be talking to Nigel Botherway shortly. Nigel is standing in for Keith on Fisherman's Blues today. Keith is in Florida on a fantastic fishing trip. So look at some more of the stories in this morning's newspapers. I don't want to read that one. No, I can't find it. Victory for soccer fans. Well, this is good news for Talksport. This is victory for soccer fans as Sky Sport prices are slashed. This is the fact that the regulator said that Sky had to charge less to people like BT and Top Up TV and all these other TV suppliers with with free view boxes and all that stuff. And because of that, broadcasters have cut the cost of watching top-class football in time for next season after a legal breakthrough. BT Group and Top Up TV will offer access to B-Sky B's Sky Sports 1 and 2 by August for just £20 a month. This will be in time for the 2010-11 Premiership season and undercuts Sky's own package, which costs £26 a month. In fact, my Sky package cost me more than that. It's an absolute fortune. I think you've got ESPN on it as well. And some of the premium channels, you can pay an absolute fortune for Sky TV. Like 40 or 50 quid a month it costs you. But now you can get it cheaper, because basically I think the regulators forced Sky to lower their prices, make them more competitive to the other suppliers. You got Sky?
Yes, yeah, I've got the one of the packages with the sport. I haven't got the ESPN.
Yeah. Derek says, 10 hours sleep, the secret to a long life. I'm doomed. I only get about 2 or 3, sometimes none at all, says Derek. And Minty in Rydale is on the line. Minty, good morning.
Yes. I didn't quite hear the call, particularly after what he was accusing Churchill of committing crime about, but in our law, and most countries' law, you're allowed to commit a crime to prevent a worse one. And I'm sure if Churchill felt he had to do something wrong, it would only to prevent something worse happening.
I think that's the view that I would take, and I think most British people who wanted to win that war would take this. I mean, there's all the arguments always there about Dresden, whether it was necessary. The same argument.
Oh, well, Dresden was more the other man that they put, the one who pushed that, the one they made. I can't remember the old.
Yes, it was
the old heathens.
Bomber Harris, wasn't it?
Yes, that's it. He's the one who did Dresden. Churchill didn't plan that or anything. No, that was Bomber Harris. Yes, backed very much by the Queen Mother, who seemed to be very, very keen on popping up Bomber Harris, and she was the one who insisted on a statue made for him. He was the one who did it, not Churchill.
Yes, I mean, arguably, without Churchill, we might all have been, might all be ruled by the Nazis now. They're...
Well, Churchill did, figuratively. I know lots of people like to say they're the one to do it, but he did actually save the whole of the world, really, didn't he? Including saving Germany from Hitler.
I think so. Minty, thank you for your call. 08717 223344 if you want to give us a call. Or text 81089. Here's a text that's obviously not meant for me. It says, Eva Cassidy's version of Sting's Field of Gold. That's probably a quiz question on some of the station. That happens quite a lot, actually. We get texts that are meant elsewhere. But we're quite happy to take the 50 pence plus your normal sending charges. That's what it'll cost you to text us on 81089. 08717 223344 if you want to call us on the last quarter of an hour of the show, or you can email us via the website, which is talksport.net. It's 17 minutes to 6 o'clock. Martin Kelner with you through till 6, and then Nigel Botherway will be here with Fisherman's Blues after 6 o'clock. And then now Saggers, I think, will be back at 8. Quinny and Saggers on the Saturday morning sports breakfast. I think I'm sort of slightly doubtful whether he's here, because he was still here at 10 o'clock after doing the Friday night's sports show. But I think it's Saggers and Quinny at 8. But before that, Nigel Botherway at 6. It's Talksport.net if you want to email us 81089 to text us, or you can give us a call on the last quarter of an hour of the show, 08717 223344.
On air, online, and in magazine. Commercial radio station of the year. Talksport.
Hi, good morning to you. It's 14 minutes to 6 o'clock. Fisherman's Blues with Nigel Botherway coming your way very, very shortly. And I'm sure he'll pop in and tell us what delights he has in store for you today of a pescatorial nature. Let's go to... you clear your throat first, Ian. Ian is in Surbiton. Ian, good morning to you.
Good morning, Martin. It's amazing what gets in your throat just as you're about to go on the radio.
Isn't it bizarre? It always happens.
Today, when I'm around about in Kingston and Surbiton, I'm hoping to come across my MP if he's out doing his little hustings. I want to have a little confrontation with him, because You know, this week they've been talking about the so-called route to citizenship, which is better known as amnesty for illegals.
Yes.
I'd like to ask him, that's all well and very good, but how is he going to explain to people like my wife who came here on a student's visa to be a nurse, then got married, didn't take any benefits hasn't taken any benefits, period. She's paid her taxes, her national insurance, she even paid for her citizenship, she paid for the ceremony, she's paid for her passport. Are all these illegals who came here on the back of a crime going to now pay back all the money that they owe? Are they going to get this all for free?
Well, you asked the question to me. As you say, you want to ask it to one of your MPs.
Exactly. I mean, the point is this whole policy is just wrong, because you can't say to people, you came here as a criminal, now we're just going to forget about it. If we can forget about it if they tell us how they got in the country, who gave them their illegal jobs when they worked for the black economy, who helped them. Let's clear the decks. Let's clear the decks completely. I've got a funny feeling not many people are going to turn up to apply for their passports and their citizenship, because there's an awful lot of people smugglers who are just going to say to them, don't you say a word.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably absolutely right. I think there's all sorts of things being said in this election campaign that can't be backed up, to be honest. Ian, thank you for your call. Let's go to Francis, who's in East Sussex. Francis.
Hello. I'd just like to say that we were getting the V1s and the V2s when Dresden and all that was going on, and they were all fed up with us being bombarded, and I think that's why they had final go,
Yes, and it was Bomber Harris rather than Churchill.
I don't blame Bomber Harris at all. I think he was blamed for a lot of things that happened, and I think Bomber Command were wonderful, because I lived at the time and I remember it all.
Francis, thank you for your call.
Okay, thank you, bye.
I think that's a view that a lot of people... I mean, I wasn't around at the time, obviously, but having read the history of the time, you could... that was the view I'd say, but some people... That argument still exists about Dresden. I'm completely disillusioned with this election nonsense, says Mr. Weathers. He says, I think everyone should have to vote, even if only for none of the above. But who is actually going to make any difference? They're all out for themselves, as he's proved by, he's calling Tony Blair a fraud, who managed to hoodwink the nation for years and still does. He makes my skin crawl. Very well, that was the view we had from the other guy on the phone. Slightly smug. He looks slightly smug when you see him with the suntan and all that. What about the Belgrano? This one says, check out your leaders. A slightly different situation, I think. 81089, talksport.net. Have you enjoyed yourself here on Talksport today? Because your time is nearly finished. We're about to...
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Thanks for inviting me along.
It's been a pleasure. This is just somebody to keep me awake through till 6 a.m.
I'm just here as a comedy jester to dance for you, to keep your eyes open.
Absolutely. And you've done it. 08717 223344 for the last couple of minutes of the show. If you want to be the final caller on the show, if you want to be our bitter enders caller, 81089 to text us, and it's talksport.net, the website. Just looking at some of the other stuff that's in this morning's papers. Like I say, Nigel will be along very, very shortly to tell you about fish. Lot of election stuff in the papers. There's a picture of Cheryl Cole here it's unusual, isn't it? In the Sun this morning. But Cheryl Cole as a sort of page 3 pin-up. No, it's not. It's somebody else who's got a picture in Cheryl's, in the same jumper that Cheryl wears on the Sun this morning. They haven't got a Clegg to stand on. Hey? That's election truth about Nick's claims on TV. Well, I did spot him at the snooker in Sheffield, because he's a Sheffield MP, Nick Clegg, and the Sun has a picture of Tony Blair looking very, very scary. Look at that picture of Tony Blair in the Sun.
Oh my goodness, he looks shocked and
stunned.
And stunned and startled all at the same time, and old.
He's looking old on these pictures. And then there's reasonable coverage here about the wildlife in peril because of the oil slick in the United States under the headline The Black Death. I'm just trying to see what else there is. Now, there's a Jeremy Clarkson column. What a load of bullets is the headline on that. Snail fan Hesse. We're going to talk food tomorrow, but there's the story here. It's in a couple of papers. I think you cut this out as well. About Heston Blumenthal is going to take over or has been signed up to improve hospital meals for the elderly. So you'll be getting some interesting stuff. The oil, mince and potatoes and the rice pudding for afters. That's presumably not going to be on the menu when Heston Blumenthal takes over. It'll be something slightly more, experimental. He does say it's going to be popular dishes like shepherd's pie, but he's going to give them more flavour. He's been experimenting with parmesan, anchovies and Worcestershire sauce for added umami, which is Japanese for delicious and savoury. Umami. Let's just do these last few texts here. The order to blanket bomb German cities came from President Roosevelt. Contrary to popular belief, Harris did not want to bomb Dresden, says Martin in Norwich on the great bomber Harris question. Good morning, Martin. This is on the great sleep question. I read somewhere that humans are estimated to lose 10 years of life sleeping. Well, Franny Boy, you had your say, Franny Boy. He's come back to say that she is talking mince. Churchill has blood on his hands. He did that inhumane act to impress another nutter, Stalin, who both let us down badly. And I'm amazed why you hold Churchill in such high regard. And why is Tony Blair, George Bush Jr. and others not locked up? I love people, but the nutters are in charge and keep folk divided. So there you are. There's both views. Both views have got the nutters view and the other view. Well, I say the nutters view, I mean the nutters in charge, saying there. But it's an interesting debate. Maybe we'll reopen that tomorrow night and keep that going. That's more or less it from me. Just waiting for Nigel to pop in and tell us what's in his show. If you want to pop through, Nigel, have a look and tell us what's in your... Thank you again, Watko, for coming in. Bless you for that.
Not a problem, sir.
Excellent. And we'll find out in a sec from Nigel what he's got in his show. He's just about to come in. And I'll be with you again tomorrow night, 1am till... I was thinking it was Saturday night rather than Sunday morning, but I'll be doing this again, 1am to tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. Still chucking it down with rain out there, you can tell it's... But it was marvellous weather for fish, I believe. We'll find out from Nigel. I take it you fishing people, when it's wet like this, and that doesn't in any way deter you. You like to sit on the canal banks and the river banks when the rain's falling, do you, Nigel?
Well, we're going any weather, but it's a misconception. People who don't fish think the fish bite best when it's raining, but not my experience, and I think it might be something to do with, you imagine that when you're in a caravan or something like that and you get that pitter-patter of the rain on the roof. I think fish don't like that on the surface. They're very sensitive, they've got a lateral line that picks up movement and sort of like radio waves, like a signal. If like, say you're a pike and you're lying there still, you'll pick up signals of a shoalfish. And I don't think they like that on the surface.
Isn't that amazing? I would have thought, I saw this weather, I thought, it'd be great for me.
Oh, it's a good day to take. It's nice and overcast. You want overcast, you want southwesterly winds, and obviously rain does help by kick-starting because it oxygenates the water, but while it's actually raining, I don't like it.
Okay, so what you got in your show today? Fish, and more fish, obviously.
Well, exactly. And I'll be talking, as always, on a Saturday morning to Greg Whitehead of the Angling Times, and he's got a big story about the Environment Agency closing in on some fish smugglers, because sadly, in this day and age, fish equals pounds, shillings and pence, especially big carp. Big carp could be worth £3,000. So, like in any...
where do they... they're poachers then, are they?
Well, yep. They'll either steal them from a lake in this country and move them to another one, or more likely, they'll catch them abroad in France or even Eastern Europe nowadays. And the other week, a lorry was confiscated at Dover, which had about £250,000 worth of illegally, carp on it. And sadly, they all get put down.
Really? So, I mean, this is the sort of carp that people have in ponds in their back gardens, sort of thing.
Yeah, but a bit bigger. You know, some of these carp are up to 50 pound in weight.
Blimey. So, I mean, but one of the other, is that for eating purposes, or
no? That if you and I got together and dug a lake in, you know, we had a field and dug a lake, you know, let's say we charge people £10-20 a day to fish it. Of course, if in our advertising literature we can say, oh, we've got, you know, carp to £50, people are more likely to be knocking on their door wanting to fish it.
So it's just carp for fishing, then?
Yeah.
Blimey, because I've got a friend who's got the sort of Japanese koi carp.
Oh, yeah, they're very expensive. That's, very expensive, those.
Pete Waterman collects them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Millions of them.
Yeah.
Are you into fishing in that respect? Do you like to sort of keep ornamental fish?
I don't keep any fish. I've got a pond at home, but it's only got frogs and newts and toads and what have you. But no, I do love, you know, I think so. I don't like tropical fish because I just think so many of them die on their way over here. And also, I think when you're abroad in these countries where they live, you think, what right have we got to go and scoop them out and sort of stick them in a tank somewhere? But they are lovely.
So you'd give the Elgin marbles back to the Greeks, wouldn't you?
I would.
All right, Nigel, thank you very much indeed. That's coming up next. Nigel Botherway of Fisherman's Blues, and I'm back again at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good weekend or a good Saturday, and join me then. Bye-bye.
Liverpool FC.